Good evening, and welcome to the monthly board meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. Please stand and join us for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the Texas flag. Trustees present, starting on your left and my right, are Trustees Audrey Pinkerton, Trustee Lou Blackburn. I know Trustee Joyce Foreman is here, Trustee Dan Mitchkay, Trustee Justin Henry was here a second ago, Trustee Miguel Solis, Trustee Dan Marshall. We are joined by our Superintendent of Schools, Dustin Marshall, the Honorable Dustin Marshall. Our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Michael Hinojosa, joins us, and I am Edwin Flores, Board President. Si hay alguien que necesita los servicios para oír esta junta en español, aquí la señorita o el joven, la señorita les puede ayudar con el equipo. Gracias. At this time, I would like to recognize any elected or public officials. Trustees, do we have any elected or public officials in the audience?
Councilman Kingston.
Okay.
Judge Valencia Nash. And I see former state board member Mavis Knight.
Okay. Yeah, Joyce recognized Councilman Kingston. Thank you for being here. The first item on the agenda is, the presentation and board recognition. So 2.01 student at William Brown Miller Elementary School, the winner of the Martin Luther King Oratory Competition. Ms. Proctor, would you please read the recognitions?
Thank you, President Flores. Good evening. The board is honored to recognize Jasira King, a fourth grade student at William Brown Miller Elementary School and winner of the 27th Annual Foley Gardere Martin Luther King Jr. Oratory Competition. Students wrote, memorized, and delivered speeches based on the topic, "What would Dr. Martin Luther King say to the children of today's world?" Jasira, please come forward to recite your winning speech.
March 24th, 2018. During the March for Our Lives demonstration in Washington, D.C., Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s granddaughter, a 9-year-old black girl just like me, stood on stage holding hands with the white student survivor of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School mass shooting. Even though the purpose for that march was to stand up and speak out against violence and victimization, I believe the spirit of Dr. King still rejoiced because he saw so many people, including children, whose skin were various shades of color, who love and pray in different ways, and who came from diverse economic and cultural backgrounds. This meant the labor of the civil rights movement was not in vain. Dr. King was a man of integrity, intellect, and initiative. When there are problems, he peacefully protested with a purpose. When there are obstacles, he organized with an objective. When the madness would break out, he'd march with a meaning. So here we all are, over 60 years after the start of the civil rights movement. What do I believe Dr. King would say to the children of today's world? I believe he would start with an apology. He would say he is sorry that the light of love has not been strong enough to overcome the darkness of despair. He would say he is sorry that you adults were not willing to go through the sacrifice, suffering, and struggles that is required to cross the finish line of justice and equality. He would apologize to us children because the people of this world have allowed the fear of our differences to be greater than the faith in our commonalities. Dr. King believed he saw the promised land, so I know he would not leave us feeling disappointed and defeated. Instead, he would encourage and edify us by saying, life is like a relay marathon, and it is the responsibility of each leg to run their own course the best way they can. He will quote Reverend John C. Morris Jr. by saying, children, you must first learn for leadership. Lead for positive change, then be the change you are striving for. I can hear Dr. King explaining what that means. Young people, you must learn for leadership by engaging with those generations who ran before you. Pay attention to their triumphs and tragedies. Observe how they handle moments of hostility, hurt, and hate. Then prepare yourselves to receive the baton of hope to lead this world to a positive change. We are technologically rich, but morally poor. We have made scientific breakthroughs, but continue to have political breakdowns. I have said before, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Use your voice, and eventually your vote. Children, to be the change you are striving for, you must lead with the heart that wants to help and not hinder progress for all. Be quick to understand and slow to anchor. Be quick to listen and slow to walk away. Be quick to comfort and slow to criticize. The power is in each one of you to bring healing and happiness to this world. Remember the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We do not know if your generation is the anchor leg to bring us across the finish line of justice and equality. But we do know one day soon that baton will be placed in your hands. So, my beloved children, when you get that baton, you must take off and fly. If your arms get too heavy, land on the road and run. If your knees get weary, slow down and walk. If your feet are aching, get on all hands and knees and crawl. But whatever you do, never, ever stop moving forward. Thank you.
Jasira. Jasira. Superintendent Hinojosa, Trustee Blackburn, please come forward to take a photo with Jasira. Oh my goodness. Yes. Congratulations, Jasira. Recognitions.
Our agenda now calls for the public forum segment of our meeting, and I certainly would not be wanting to follow her because that was absolutely fantastic. But we will begin the speakers to agenda items followed by speakers to non-agenda items. To ensure that this meeting is held in an orderly manner, I'm asking speakers to please refrain from using individuals' names and to address the board and not individual trustees.
Have a request.
Yes, President, Dr. Blackman.
I'll take President. We have Judge Nash that is in the house tonight, and she is accompanied by a few of her sisters, her sorors, the Deltas. So if you don't mind, colleagues, we could let her go first, and we can recognize the Deltas, and I think we might make a little way. Is that okay?
Good with me?
Judge
Okay.
Nash?
Please.
Let's see.
Are y'all pledging? Y'all all in line.
Judge Valencia Nash, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address.
Andrea Hilburn, 6760 Talbot Parkway, Dallas, Texas, 75232. Delta Day at Dallas ISD. Good evening, Superintendent Hinojosa, Board of Trustees. I am Dr. Andrea Hilburn, the Vice President of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Dallas Alumni Chapter. Our presence here today, this evening, is to highlight our 95 years of continued service to the Dallas public school system and to ensure that you are aware that we are present and stand ready to work together and provide meaningful programs for our students, support for our teachers, and ensure that our national position is executed by the administration. Special thanks to Dr. Lou Blackburn and Joyce Foreman for your accessibility and visibility in our southern sector. We encourage others to build upon this partnership. It was one of our 22 founders, the fearless Frederica Chase Dodd, born right here in Dallas, who became a teacher at the first high school for African Americans in Dallas, then known as Booker T. Washington School. You will find members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated throughout Dallas ISD in most schools and in administration. We extend our hand to you in an effort to strengthen an alliance to serve our students, their parents, and support our teachers. We request a seat at the table when the need is called for public comments and recommendations. Our resources and expertise in education is vast, is wide, and far-reaching. We expect that the safety of our students and teachers is always paramount, and the resources for our schools will never fall short of what is necessary to produce a generation of extraordinary individuals who are products of the great Dallas public school system. We thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Thank you again.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to present the Deltas with the certificate or proclamation from the trustees, at least from me anyway. So if you don't mind, if I could just bring them a little bit forward, and then we can move on.
Go ahead.
Almost done.
Trustees, I have been working. I know you guys are wondering, why is he working so hard towards the end? But I'm always working hard trying to make sure that we do something for our kids. And I have been spending some time with the young lady who is a graduate of Kingston High School, who went on to SMU and got the bug to be an actress. Regina Taylor has won many awards for her acting and directing abilities. And I am, should I say, courting her, encouraging her to give back to the school where she graduated from in West Dallas. So I asked Miss Regina Taylor to come to the meeting tonight just to be recognized and I'm still trying to twist her arm to give a little bit back to the school. Are you going to make an announcement tonight? Oh, not yet? Okay, come on up. If you don't mind, can she say just a little bit? This is screen and directing star Miss Regina Taylor from West Dallas.
Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here tonight. I am very blessed. I'd like to first recognize Superintendent Dr. Hinojosa and the Dallas ISD Board of Trustees and Dr. Blackburn. I was born here in Dallas, Texas, south of the Trinity in West Dallas Projects, single mother who gave me the name Regina Taylor in order to empower me moving forward in this life, Regina meaning queen. She also wanted to give me the gift of creativity. She said that's a survival tool as you move through the world, no matter what you do. And we saw that presented today with the young lady who moved me so much by her speech. I graduated from LG Kingston, and I always come back to Dallas. I live in South Oak Cliff now, wanting to give back to my community, give back to this soil that fed me, nourished me, has given me so much to help me to move in any direction. And so it is with great respect that I want to give back to LG Kingston in the form of a scholarship. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, while Ms. Taylor graduated from Kingston in District 5, she lives in District 6.
I'm the trustee.
Thank you, now. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gosli, will you please call the speakers?
Okay. Speakers, you will have 3 minutes to speak. When you arrive at the microphone, please state your name and address. Our first speaker is Joe Gallegos, followed by Jeremiah Moore.
Good evening. My name is Joe Gallegos. I am a DISD student. I am here to share concerns and solutions that DISD trustees could help us out to resolve. DISD should include sex education as the core class because human reproduction is normal. The DISD health class that we have available is good, but not used at its full potential because the class is only required 1 semester out of the 4 years of high school. The curriculum we receive is about abstinence. Although abstinence is good, we have more options for teens that are sexually active. Every teenager talks about sex, although no one really knows the real facts, consequences that will affect us as scholars and lead to a more difficult life, including poverty, unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, and sexually transmitted infections that are rising in our community. We must have a comprehensive sex education course that includes all teens by not shaming and not blaming, and inclusive information to all scholars. As a DISD student, we prepare each day in order to search for the best education possible. We deserve to have the real facts and knowledge about sex education. DISD should include educators, knowledgeable educators that are capable to answer our questions and concerns about reproductive health by including this core class every year to reinforce the knowledge at its full potential. This includes awareness about unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, sexually transmitted infections that are causes of poverty due to the lack of information in our DISD schools. All this hard work could be paid off if our trustees and staff could help out solve the problem in our DISD schools, just like Austin has improved sex education in their district.
Jeremiah Moore, followed by Courtney Jackson.
Good evening. I'm filling in for Jeremiah Moore. He had to attend track practice. My name's Nadika Roberts. My address is 3303 Southern Oaks Boulevard. I'm a proud senior at Roosevelt. I was currently accepted to Texas Southern University. If I hadn't transferred to Roosevelt, I wouldn't be in the graduating class of 2019. I hope you vote yes to start the construction for the new Roosevelt. I wasn't always excited to be a Mustang, but my sophomore year, I joined the volleyball team, and we made it to playoffs this year. So thank you for the new weight room. We're very grateful. I've been excited to hear about all the new accommodations that's coming. I want to say thank you to Trustee Blackburn for all you do for your schools, but especially for Roosevelt. Thank you for listening to us. Thanks for coming to sit down and eat lunch with us. And most of all, thank you for the inclusion when we thought we were the forgotten school. You will be missed, but never forgotten, and you will always be a Mustang for life. So thank you. Like me, continue to come around. To our superintendent and other trustees seated, thank you in advance for saying yes to the vote for Roosevelt 2021.
Courtney Jackson, followed by Jamaria Nobles.
My name is Courtney Jackson. I reside at 2676 Downey Avenue. I am currently a sophomore at Roosevelt High School. I want to thank you in advance for the new construction of our school. I am a proud Mustang, and I will be in the first graduating class of 2021. In our new school, I am excited for the new band hall. I am a part of the Mighty Mustang Marching Band. Vote yes and thank you.
Jamaria Nobles, followed by Juanita Nichols.
Good evening. My name is Juanita Nichols. My address is 1322 Galloway Avenue. I'm a proud senior at Franklin D. Roosevelt High School. I just want to take a moment to express my thanks to finally getting a well-long overdue new construction and renovations at our school. This has been a long process, and I feel some type of way because it's been a part of this process since 2016, my freshman year. I would have been in the first graduating class. However, I am glad to say that I will come back as an active alumni in support of Roosevelt, my school, and the students coming behind me. I think I speak for a lot of students at Roosevelt when I say we appreciate the alumni, especially Ms. Tony, for all that they do at our school and community, seen and unseen. It has made a big difference when you have someone or a group of individuals that speak up and stand for what is right and what is best. Ms. Tony always tells us that our voice is powerful. Use it. You should speak up when everything is wrong. I'm standing before you now because I have adopted the behavior. Thank you for the new update to weight room, Chairman. Yes, and the new equipment. We are all excited and very thankful once again. I wish that we have happened sooner. I wish it would have happened sooner so I could have taken full advantage of it. I'm an athlete myself, and the weight room has been in bad shape for the 3.5 years. I'm also glad to hear that there will be new renovations to the football field. I've experienced greatness my last year at Roosevelt High School, so I can be proud of being a Mighty Mustang House of the Winners. We've overcame many roadblocks this year to get where we are. I hope you approve our 2015 bond project tonight. Say yes to Roosevelt 2021. Thank you.
Juanita Nichols, followed by Bill Benson.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juanita Nichols, and my address is 2484 West Keys Boulevard, Dallas, Texas, 75233. I am a student council senior vice president. Being part of the graduating 2019 class in Franklin D. Roosevelt High School has been an honor. I first want to thank everyone for voting yes and allowing us to start the process of constructing our new building. This process has been set back for 4 years now, but I am truly glad and appreciated that a new change is about to begin. It would have been great if I could have been there to experience the entire renovation. It would have been delightful to be the first graduating class from that new building. I am sad that I am leaving, and I won't be able to experience it all, but I am glad for those who follow behind me. The hard work and support that the alumni has offered this far is greatly appreciated and will not go unnoticed. I want to thank everyone who has put the hard work and made it all come together, but especially Miss Tony and Dr. Blackburn. Thank you. Now, being a leader in my school and community has allowed me to see all the ups and downs life has to throw at you. Only if y'all would have seen the faces of my fellow classmates when they shined, when they saw that weight room, would have left you speechless. Tell me now, what parent doesn't want their very child to have the best in this world? Now, being able to know that the classes after me won't have to go through an old era and such as a struggle we went through, the class of 2019, brings me joy. Knowing they will experience an advanced school allows me to leave in peace. Being part of so many activities has allowed me to be part of this change that will be occurring. Let us all set an example to everyone, and especially our students from Franklin D. Roosevelt High School, that change is possible. If they set their minds to anything, let them know it is possible. Show them that although it is not easy, it is not impossible. Adversaries will come our way, but do not stay down. To use our voice and power to get things done and get things moving forward. Let us start a new beginning full of positive and uplifting change. Let us begin an era that the world's impossible says, I am possible. On behalf of me and the classes that follow behind me, I want to thank everyone for this new era you will allow us to emerge into. Let us start in 2019, grow, and not end in 2021, but keep moving forward. Thank you, everyone, for your time and attention.
Bill Benson, followed by the Honorable Philip Kingston.
Bill Benson, 6717 Cliffwood, Dallas. It is an absolute joy to follow all these students bragging about their schools being improved. I live in the Carter feeder pattern, and it's fantastic to see our school improving also. It's good to know the Sock School is also having wonderful renovations done. Good things are happening in Dallas. Yes. But I'm here to talk about the rough road to hoe as we get there. And basically, I'm going to talk about conflicts of interest. They are situational, and they do exist, in my belief and the belief of many others on this board of directors. There was a time about 2 years ago when the board of directors was discussing making a report on all of the transfers they were getting from charter schools, a profile of those students, how they were doing, and where they were coming from. It was a heated debate, and as I recall, we left that debate saying the report would be done. Then we got a president who also sits on a charter school board, and the report did not happen. We're still waiting on it. So I think we need to look at these issues. I'm also talking about outside increased involvement under the charter umbrella. That's what we're facing today in a vote that you're going to be taking about bringing schools in and getting more money and being called charters. Part of that is that we already have a track record on these schools. At the meeting a month ago, we talked about how many of these schools are sending students to DISD. That data needs to be public. I do know the data is available. And why has it not been attached to the meeting agendas so that the whole public could see which schools are sending their students or have more students who are actually winding up inside a DISD school? That is a critical variable. Finally, this morning there was an editorial in the morning news that was based on very misleading DISD information that we continue to spread, that as if our teachers are getting higher salaries because of the achievement of their students. If you look at the numbers, if you have a school that is 50% white, the probability is you've got the highest salaries. There are 3 such schools in DISD. The average teacher in those 3 schools, Mockingbird, Lakeview, and Travis, those 3 schools, basically if you're a teacher there, you're making on the average of over $9,000 more than any other teacher in the district.
Expired. The Honorable Philip Kingston, followed by Melissa Kingston.
Good evening, Board. Philip Kingston, 5901 Palo Pinto, here in Dallas, District 2. Thank you all for having me. I have followed this issue. I was here the last time when it was pulled off and not discussed, and now it's come back changed yet again. So I'm here to speak to you about 802 and all of the contracts that may or may not spring from it. I've been dismayed over the last couple of weeks to hear DISD paid staff and board members assert that 1882 does not require schools to become charter schools. Y'all, just read it. You have to create a charter school in order to access 1882. And I am very proud of this board. Many of you I consider to be close friends. I enjoy my time advocating for DISD that one of you and I do with the realtors, but this is dismaying to me. I feel like maybe you don't understand what the state legislature is trying to do here. What they did in 2017 is bait a fish hook with $1,800, and you guys are swallowing it hook, line, and sinker. These are not people who want to support even pre-K. They don't want to support public schools at all. What they are trying to do, and it's not even a secret, this isn't a shadowy cabal, this was discussed in the platform meeting of the Republican Party of Texas. They want to dismantle robust public schools by competing them to death with charters, which has happened in Dallas. Trustee, another of you, and I this last weekend talked to parents and Alliance AFT members about the proliferation of charter schools in Dallas. DISD's biggest financial problem is the loss of enrollment. Where did it go? It went into 38,000 charter school desks. And that is your biggest problem. So I love you. You got a TRE because you told us you were the best, and you showed it to us with the data. You can demonstrate that you're the best. So why, in this time when the legislature is virtually certain to send you a new school funding bill before this summer, would you hastily run down this road when you don't even know if you need it? None of you can look me in the eye and tell me you're going to need this money to pull off pre-K. The board has adopted a policy of high-quality, full-day pre-K delivered by DISD teachers, and this program endangers that outcome. You could lose control of who is teaching the kids and what the standards are for judging the pre-K. Please rethink this.
Melissa Kingston, followed by Isaac Steen.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Melissa Kingston. I live at 5901 Palo Pinto here in Dallas. I'm a public education product myself, and I have been involved. I'm an alum of the Dallas Leadership DISD class. I serve on the Woodrow Wilson High School Community Foundation, which is a nonprofit that serves my feeder pattern, and I spend my time and my money at my local schools. I ardently oppose the decision to do an ELA under Senate Bill 1882. You all know that because you've heard from me several times. When you asked for the TRE in the fall, the first thing on your list was, we need this money. The maximum tax increase that the voters can give us, you asked for, and we gave it to you. And the first thing on your list was early education. And now I don't even think it was 24 hours after you got the tax passed, you guys turned right around and start talking about how you're going to farm out schools in our district to charter schools. You guys can call them whatever you want. I've read the legislation. I've read the legislative history. I've read the iterations of what has come before this board. It is very clear what you all are doing, and I oppose it. I think it's dangerous for public education in our state and in our city, in our community. And when our public schools lose funding and begin to fail, it not only affects the students of the school, it affects our entire society. It affects the stability of our neighborhoods. It affects the success of our city. And I ask that you not go down this path and that you not give contracts that you're contemplating giving under the other items on the agenda. At a bare minimum, I ask that you delay this vote until we see what the Texas legislature is going to do this session. It is clear that there's a movement to increase funding by the ledge this session. I work hard on campaigns. I worked hard on campaigns for people who won, who are down in Austin right now with an eye towards improving finance for public education. We ought to give those people a chance to do what we sent them there to do and not pull the rug out from under them under this measure. Thank you.
Isaac Steen, followed by Tony Shinovert.
My name is Isaac Steen. I reside at 4810 Haywood Parkway, Dallas, Texas. And I want to talk about the partnership with charter schools. Been fighting charter schools a long time because they are a threat to public education. Moved to Dallas back in the 60s. I'm a product of DISD. I graduated at Carter High School, not by choice, because I was bused from South Oak Cliff High School to Charter High School because there was so much racism and division in the state of Texas and in the city of Dallas. And at that time, we were bused over because it was supposed to be to embetterment our education as being black children. Now we have black children, Hispanic children, competing against charter schools for the money, tax money that their parents has paid into the system, and this board is partnering with charter schools, which is recruiting our kids out of our public schools, which, like the speakers before me said, you've asked for a TRE, you got it. You asked for a bond, you got it. Every penny you asked for, you got it. But now these same kids are competing to get a better Roosevelt, a better South Oak Cliff, a better Carter out of money that you took and bought a brand new facility or about another facility in North Dallas. Instead of building South Oak Cliff a new high school, you got a new office. And I think that is so demeaning of you to do these kids like this. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the children. Our children are suffering in education and are getting behind. And I hear you talk about the fact that so many kids need to go to pre-K. But it's to my understanding, it's not your fault, but the state's fault that only select kids can go to pre-K, and it's based on how much money their parents make or how much they understand the English language, when your data states that so many African-American kids are falling behind in math, science, and arithmetic, and reading, but at the same time, they don't qualify for pre-K. Now, you want to build all these pre-K facilities contracted out with these charter schools, and they're only making money. Now, my question to you is, if you're going to sit on this board and sit on the board for a charter school, what chance do we have if you playing both ends towards the middle? I'm a product of DISD, but you seem to be a product of charter schools and DISD. Thank you.
Tony Shinovert, followed by Kimberly Manz.
Good evening, President Flores, trustees, and Superintendent Hinojosa. I'm Tony Shinovert, First Vice President of Alliance AFT Local 2260 and a retired Dallas ISD teacher, 334 Center Street in Dallas. I'm speaking on policy ELA local. It's no secret that the administration and most of the trustees want this policy and the partnership agreements to pass tonight. But you've heard the pleas and thoughts from many parents who have children in the district, educators, and concerned citizens regarding their objections to this move by the administration. As I anticipate the vote will unfortunately pass tonight with the block of yes voters that we watch every month, it's unfortunate that most of us do not have enough trust that the administration and you as elected officials will keep your word on this issue, pre-K only. We already anticipate that the unspoken plan is to expand this policy into other grade levels by changing the policy each year. You were elected to oversee and manage our schools, students, and employees, not share that responsibility with anyone else. There's no real evidence that these partnerships will succeed or that they will be approved by the TEA Commissioner. Timelines for SB 1882 will be reset. Passage of the TRE gave the district funds to work with our students and employees for approximately 4 to 5 years. Why is this move being pushed so hard right now? Why not wait and observe how it works across our state this first year of implementation? There are so many unknowns that can't be explained or commented on. And this administration needs to put a few more deposits in the trust account for stakeholders before taking actions like this on the agenda tonight. As you've heard before, none of us have the right to play with the lives of children because non-educators are meddling in public education. The taxpayers and citizens of Dallas expect the district to uphold the integrity of the education profession. Choose to be fair and considerate to the students, the parents, and employees of this district. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to share these thoughts with you tonight.
Kimberly Manz, followed by Susie Gosli.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Manz, and I'm the Managing Director of Early Matters Dallas. Early Matters is a coalition of over 200 partners, child care directors, districts, business leaders, legislators that are all working together for two main goals. The first is that 80% of children in Dallas County are kindergarten ready by 2025, and the second is that 60% of children in Dallas County are reading at the state meet standard by the third grade by 2025. I've been in this role for about 2.5 years, and the greatest part of my job, or one of the greatest parts of my job, has been working with Dallas ISD. You should know that a big part of what I do every day is go around the county and share with other dual school districts your progress. And because of you, more school districts in Dallas County are implementing ACE, pre-K partnerships, full-day pre-K, and class. Thank you to the board and the leadership of Dallas ISD for your commitment to early childhood, the impact you're having on the children of DISD across the region, and now with the success that you're having across the state. The least exciting and frankly hardest part of my job has been working with my initial conversations with child care directors, respected community leaders, primarily women of color, who were concerned, and rightfully so, that the district's expansion of pre-K would adversely impact the revenue of their small businesses. Partnering with local quality child care providers is a smart strategy because it allows you to meet your obligations to serve children immediately while leveraging the current assets of the community to serve the children they know best, child care directors. I know that most opposed to this proposal are under the impression that the use of the word charter connotes privatization and an outside group coming into the district to operate without accountability. DISD's pre-K partnership model using SB 1882 additional funding is actually doing what so many tend to fall short of, doing the right thing for kids in the right way. That's with the community and not to the community. The process is not yet perfect, but it's getting to where it needs to be. I've been at the table when Derek has negotiated with the partnership models should be with child care directors and can attest to the fact that these child care directors are not wallflowers. They are actively holding the district accountable to what they know is best for the community and the children that they serve, and DISD's early childhood strategy is better because of it. SB 1882 is one of a portfolio of opportunities that the Early Learning Department has created to meet the board goal to expand pre-K to all eligible 3- and 4-year-olds. And it does this while respecting and leveraging the greatest assets of their communities, its leaders. It's not the right fit model for all child care centers, but for the 10 that want to take advantage of it, it will offer an additional $6,000 to $9,000 per classroom beyond the current partnership models. It's smart for DISD to approve the SB 1882 proposal because it's good for kids. It's also, frankly, would not make sense to not take advantage of the opportunity to secure funding from the state that otherwise would be left on the table. For these reasons, I urge you to approve today's proposal for SB 18.
Susie Bell Gosli, followed by Robin Kirk.
I'm Susie Bell Gosli, and I thank you. Good evening, trustees and superintendent. I live at 9511 Faircrest Drive. I'm speaking against partnership charter schools. The people are telling you no. They do not want to have partnership charters. Why would the public be against partnership charters? First, partnership charters are not a partnership. The district is turning over their responsibility to another entity to teach pre-K students with little to no oversight. The district does not hire the staff, set policy and procedures, determine the curriculum, or determine other aspects of the educational system. This is not a partnership. Second, you, the trustees, were elected to create a quality public education system in Dallas. You were not elected to give school buildings and the management of educational systems to other entities. You have shown that you can improve the student outcomes in DISD, even though you've had less money with more students and have overcome other obstacles. You can create better pre-K schools within the district that you will direct and oversee. Why give up the students in a DISD facility? The state legislature needs to pay its fair share and can do that with voter pressure in the next few months. Some of you are swayed by getting an additional $900 per student at the pre-K charter schools. This $900 hook actually undermines the principles of justice, equity, and equality. Voting for the partnership charter proposal provides an additional $900 per student for the charter pre-K that the district's traditional public pre-K student does not get. In addition, there is no guarantee that the $900 will be spent to educate the students in the school. Oversight and lack of accountability are major problems with this proposal. Voters are an important part of the oversight in a democratic society. Approving an unelected board of directors who do not have public meetings, have no public participation is a problem. The privatization of pre-K or approving partnership charters denies parents their vote, and the right to know undermines transparency, accountability, and the preservation of the common good. You will be transferring governmental services, assets, and functions to the private sector. Private agendas can easily creep into the educational system. Support public schools. Do not vote for partnership charters. Charter schools do not follow the principles of democracy. The people are clearly speaking.
Robin Kirk, followed by Lori Kirkpatrick.
Good evening. My name is Robin Kirk. I live at 3208 James Drive, District 9, Parkdale, Dallas, Texas. Not feeling that good, so please bear with me. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Hinojosa. So I've been following the partnership charters issue since it came up actually at my District 9 task force meeting a few months ago. First thing I want to say is I've really appreciated the number of people both on the board and off the board who really took the time to explore the issue with me and explain how the Senate bill could be used or misused. I can't name names, but thank you very much for your time on that. Actually, what I want to address, I did hear a particular line of reasoning come up several times, including tonight, that's really given me pause. And that's what I want to address tonight with an eye toward the district's long-term vision for its early childhood programming. So this is zooming out a little bit from next year, maybe even the year after, to kind of what the plan is long-term for what we all agree is a very important issue. A concern that I've heard put forth is that DISD's expansion of high-quality public early childhood education might put smaller, private, for-profit, and nonprofit childcare providers out of business. So partnering with them supposedly is not only a short-term benefit to gain a few seats for the little ones who need seats now, but some sort of ethically obligated bailout from DISD to local businesses. And honestly, the first time I heard that, I asked my friend in District 9 Task Force, like, is DISD going to partner with Lunchables if the school cafeteria food gets too good? Like, no, that's not our role at all. I want to say let's keep our eyes on the prize here. The prize is not having a whole bunch of partnerships with nonprofits and businesses that occasionally come up for a scheduled accountability hearing with this board. And the prize is definitely not hoping that we've filled the quality gaps well enough with DISD resources that we can renew partnerships, especially ones that leave certain already economically and politically vulnerable segments of our city connected to elected leaders to you only through a contract. That's a step too far away. What the prize is, what the long-term vision needs to be for our public schools is fulfilling the public duty, the public promise to provide public education overseen by an elected board to every resident, and using our public funding to further that goal long-term. So vote or don't to gain preschool seats in the short term tonight. That's not really what I'm here to talk about, but I do urge everyone to view this as a decision made temporarily while you all work together to open more facilities like Arlington Park and eradicate capacity concerns with fully public solutions ultimately. Above all, this board...
Thank you, Ms. Kirk.
Oh.
Lori Kirkpatrick, followed by the Honorable Mavis Knight.
Good evening, Lori Kirkpatrick. I reside at 6705 Brayburn Drive. I'm a DISD parent of a fourth grader. Good evening, Dr. Hinojosa, President Flores, and Board of Trustees. I'm sure that you've considered the fact that this ELA local partnership charter promotes privatization of our public education system, and this is quite a slippery slope to go down. I'm sure there are some good intentions, but to the best of our ability, we should ensure our policy is such that avoids and minimizes unintended consequences, of which this plan can have many. The DISD partnership is going to be with 10 schools that already have a contract with our district. And what I learned at the community meeting is that we're wanting to give them charter status for an additional $6,400 per classroom for 22 classrooms, or roughly $140,000 a year. I think the bigger issue that we and DISD should focus on is this. If the state has additional funding dollars, why force public schools to enter privatization agreements, resulting in a loss of elected representation or taxation without representation? I would like to promote more transparency with taxpayer funds, not less. Shame on the state for holding funds ransom, and shame on DISD for supporting private boards. I've heard from a few of you that you feel that you can finagle the language, the legal language in the contracts to protect the children in the district and the community. And while I applaud that thought and that effort, I think that the bigger point here would be that your job is to set policy and ensure that policy is going to withstand the test of time when you're not here, when the administration turns over and you guys turn over. Thank you for your service.
The Honorable Mavis Knight, followed by Reverend Horace Bradshaw.
this is part 2 of my opposition to this proposed policy. I'd like to address this evening some questions for you, and I hope that your proactive answers will be added to Addendum A6 partnership agreements. First, right of refusal. Where is DISD's prioritized ability to market its programs to the pre-K families ahead of other entities? Where are the DISD specific targets to enroll a certain number of students who graduate from the pre-K partnerships? Develop some specific targets. Without targets and a marketing plan, has DISD become a philanthropic organization that assists in educating students to become a cradle-to-college pipeline for charter schools? Your marketing plan. Where is the plan to inform partnership families that DISD is a participating partner in the education of their pre-K children? Where is the plan to recruit and serve more students as space allows? Due diligence. Where is the data documenting the numbers of pre-K families who currently enroll in DISD upon graduation from the proposed partnerships? Gather this data before proceeding further. Use any negative data to counter this trend in your marketing plan. Without dollar signs in your eyes, evaluate your decision to approve these proposed policies against the backdrop of the commercialization of education and the privatization movement. Don't be unwitting pawns. Senate Bill 1882 was originally conceived of as a plan to funnel more monies to charter schools. The legislative body could have provided more funds to traditional public schools without adding strings. Suggestion: read Education and the Commercial Mindset by Samuel Abrams, director of the National Center for the Study of Privatization of Education, Teachers College, Columbia University. Slow this train before you derail on the tracks of unintended consequences. Thank you for your attention.
Reverend Horace Bradshaw, followed by Michael Gonzalez.
Amen. First, my name is Reverend Horace Bradshaw, 45 Huckleberry Circle, Dallas, Texas, president of the South Oak Cliff Alumni Barricade. First of all, I want to just thank these young people for what they have provided for us today. Roosevelt and the young lady that did the speech did a great job. I want to echo the sentiments of everyone that has spoken up tonight. I brought this bucket, and I got a grapefruit in this bucket. And that SB 1882, it represents a bucket with a prize in it, but it's a false prize. And you reach your hand in there, you can't get it out. You trapped. If you go for this bill, this proposal, you're going to be in a trap. There's too many unanswered questions. You heard the comments that have been spoken to us tonight. There's too many unanswered questions. For one thing, at all the meetings that I've been to, no one has been able to tell us that this will not expand beyond pre-K. That's the trap. The language is acting as if that is going to stay just at pre-K. But you tried to push it on us. That right there makes me suspicious. Also, I want to say I thank my young brother, I won't call his name, for reaching out to me today. I felt your heart. I felt your heart, and I felt that you are really concerned about our children. I would say that you will listen to the people who have spoken tonight, and people like Carla Ranger, Sister George Foreman up there, Bernadette Nuttall, Lou Blackburn. I appreciate you, Lou, and you're looking sharp tonight. You need to pay attention to these people, because these people have been working on this machine, which is DISD, for a long time, and it won't be fixed. For some reason, this machine just won't be fixed. And it's because you're holding hands with some people who have historically set in opposition against us. Even when schools needed something like a roof that was leaking, they voted it down. You need to listen and pay attention to these historic people who have fought year after year for the betterment of all children. If all children is not what's on your mind, then your mind ain't right. It's bigger than District 4, District 5, South Oak Cliff, Roosevelt. It's all of our children are important. Now, I'm running out of time. I want to also mention that water at South Oak Cliff. That's going to be a problem. Why would you build a new building on old pipes?
Thank you, Reverend Bradshaw.
It's going to be a problem if that water is contaminated.
Michael Gonzalez, followed by Amy Tawil.
Hello, my name is Michael Gonzalez, 1121 Beachview Street, Dallas, Texas, 75218. I'm here speaking on behalf of a friend of mine, a busy teacher within DISD, who's written this statement here, of which I echo. And I'm here to speak against Agenda Item 802, which would allow the district to enter into charter partnerships with privately run nonprofits. One of the greatest things about public schools is that they are run democratically. We as citizens get a voice in who is going to be making decisions about our schools. We do not vote for school board members so that they can hand over control to a privately run entity. It is an insult, quite frankly, to your constituents that you are considering removing their ability to have a say in what happens in some of their own public schools. At a time when teachers from Oakland, California to the entirety of West Virginia are going on strike, in large part specifically to fight the privatization of education, it also seems very unwise for the DISD school board to push our district deeper into troubled waters. In addition, for any school board members who wish to seek other elected office, including running for re-election, I can't see why they would want to make a name for themselves as a board member that looks for ways to subvert democracy and foster inequality. The incentive money that will be provided to DISD if the board passes this bill can only be used in the campuses run by private nonprofits. The district always claims that they are trying to close the achievement gap, but giving lots of money to a few schools or others receive less will just grow that gap. The board members pushing this policy have also been incredibly deceptive about its lasting implications. Although they tried to water it down enough to be acceptable by saying the policy will only apply to pre-kindergarten partnerships, the contract itself states that the partnerships can be expanded to other grades without board approval. The board also claims it will have more control in these partnerships than the contract actually gives them. I urge any board member who does not want to go down the slippery slope to working with charter schools to vote against this policy. The board members backing this policy thought that by limiting the partnerships to nonprofits and not including charter networks would satisfy defenders of public education, as if we care more about the name charter than we do about the actual structure of a charter. It is not the word charter that bothers us. It is the act of a school getting public funds while being run by a private entity, which is what these partnerships would enable. Instead of giving into the push to run public education like a private business, the board needs to focus on lobbying Austin to put a moratorium on charter schools entirely and rein them in, as other states have done, and do it before our district's teachers have to walk out and demand it themselves. Thank you.
Amy Tawil, followed by Charles Sexton.
Hi, I'm Amy Tawil, 1330 Rainbow Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75208. Trustees, I'm speaking against the charter partnerships, and I cannot better say anything that's already been said tonight by everyone who has so eloquently talked against charter partnerships. You heard 50 speakers in January. You've heard all of these speakers tonight. Enough said. Your constituents have spoken. You are our elected officials. You need to represent us. It seems very clear how we, your constituents, feel about charter partnerships. I expect this board to vote against this proposal, and that by all reasonable thinking, this proposal opens the door for charter takeover. The superintendent has already expressed that passing this proposal is the first step towards expanding charter partnerships next year. I believe most board members in this administration have been disingenuous in the presentation of the charter partnership proposal. The district should be embarrassed by the 4 community meetings held on February 12th. Across the city, it seemed as if attendees knew more about the contract, the law, the proposal, than the administrators presenting it to the public. If Trustee Solis votes for this proposal, he will be showing the city of Dallas that there is no people-powered movement. He will be showing us that we are not together for Dallas. I will not vote for him, and I will encourage all of my friends to vote against Trustee Solis for mayor. I expect him to vote no tonight against charter partnerships.
So I'm going to ask you to please refrain.
I am not directing my comments to him. President Flores, I'm not directing my... I'm sorry you don't agree with what I'm saying.
Let me remind you.
I'm sorry. He is showing us that he is not for the people of Dallas and not for the children.
To ensure that this meeting is held in an orderly manner, I'm asking speakers to please refrain from using individual names and to address the board and not individual trustees. To ensure that this meeting is held in an orderly manner, I'm asking speakers to refrain from using individual names and to address the board and not individual trustees. If that is not clear, I don't understand what could be more clear. I am going to repeat the rules. Those were not during the speaking segment. To ensure that this meeting is held in an orderly manner, I am asking speakers to please refrain from using individual names and to address the board and not individual trustees. Ms. Gully, will you please call the next speaker?
Charles Sexton, followed by Randy Morey.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Charles Sexton. I live at 726 North Windermere Avenue, Dallas, in Oak Cliff, 75208. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Rosemont Dads Club and our membership, and I speak for our members. I'm also here as a father of 2 children that go to Rosemont Elementary. Like every single but one speaker before me on this topic, I oppose the partnership with charter schools. There have been many reasons why, and as a board, I think you understand every single one of those reasons, whatever the other reasons or motives may be. But the 2 concerns that I have primarily are the pre-K application only. It's my understanding the current proposal is applicable to pre-K only per DISD policy. But we've referenced this by many speakers before me that we lose control starting at pre-K. And what's going to prevent the administration from removing the limitation after this initial application process? There's nothing to prevent it from being removed, and slowly all ages being moved into this charter program without any board approval. Our children's education is being handed over from this elected board who is responsible to the voters to an appointed board with no transparency and no oversight. And that's not why you were elected. Where is the democratic controls that were built into our system that the speaker before me referenced? The second and more concerning aspect of this is the privatization of these schools and public tax dollars. It's my understanding that the operating partner, the charter schools, will receive state funding that's due to DISD for the students at our schools. But we lose those, under the contract, we lose those funds and they'll be given in whole to the operating partners or the charter schools. With those funds, they'll use them for creating and controlling policies, for appointing a governing board and a chief operating officer, for controlling the budget without any oversight from you or the voters, and retaining teachers and instructional staff. But DISD will still be responsible for providing nurses, providing special education services and programs, support staff, and record keeping. But if all of the funds have been given to these charter schools, where does the money come from? Is the money is it a double tax on our tax dollars being provided for what we've already paid for? I've heard, and someone referenced a moment ago, in the contract there's a way to maybe claw back. But as a rule of basic contractual construction, if it's not clearly stated in the contract, it's not going to happen. If it's not there, it cannot be enforced, nor can it be expected. And it doesn't make fiscal sense for our tax dollars that are devoted to our children to be given away, and DISD still have obligations. Every speaker tonight is a voter. We elected you to protect our children and their future, and all but one speaker on this topic has asked you to vote no, to wait, to avoid making an unforced error. We ask you to honor our interest and protect our children.
Randy Murray, followed by Aaron Clark. Aaron Clark, followed by Ruth Torres.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Aaron Clark, and I live at 5922 Belmont Avenue. I'm in 75206, District 2. I have 3 young daughters, the oldest of which is in first grade at Geneva Heights Elementary. The other 2 will soon be following in her footsteps. The reason that I'm here tonight is to address 2 topics, the ELA and the SHAC recommendation. On the issue of the ELA, I am a product of public schools with a mom who was an educator for almost 30 years. And I am a firm believer in the potential of the system. Do I believe the system can be improved? Yes, I do. But I have lived in Dallas for 18 years, and I have seen the schools transform before my eyes, not just in my district, but throughout the city. And this progress is due to the efforts from this board. In fact, after weighing many options, my husband and I just invested in a new home in our neighborhood because we believe this progress would continue, and we are not alone. There are many other families who are choosing public schools in Dallas over private. I find it disheartening that a school district who is leading in innovation would relinquish its control to private entities. It is baffling to me that our state government is incentivizing public schools to go private. I urge each of you who were elected to watch over our public schools to vote against this measure and instead use your influence to pressure the state to fund our public schools' future at the same level they are prepared to support privatization. I can assure you there is growing concern amongst families in our community, including those who have the means to send their kids to private schools. We have chosen public schools. Please don't let us down. On the topic of SHAC, it is no secret that Dallas has a shockingly high rate of teen pregnancies. I understand that sex education starts at the home, but it is not the case for many teens in many households. DISD offers a direct line to kids who need to learn the facts about sex and the implications of their actions. I am a firm supporter of evidence-based curriculum, one which includes abstinence but doesn't depend on it alone. I strongly encourage you to approve the SHAC recommendation and help our kids make more informed decisions. Thank you for your time.
Ruth Torres, followed by Arthur Fleming.
Good evening, Board. My name is Ruth Torres, 1180 North Masters Drive. I am a candidate for Dallas City Council for District 5, and I am opposed to this privatization of our schools. And I'm for expanding pre-K. I'm against it being in charters. And that is also based on the fact that I pulled the data from the TEA website. And I found, comparing existing charter schools in my district with DISD schools in my district, in the reading area, 14 DISD schools are better than A+ at Inspired Vision. 1 is equal to, and 7 are better than Nova. In math, 13 DISD schools are better than A+ and Inspired Vision. 12 are better than Nova. In science, 10 are better than Nova. 9 are better than Inspired Vision. 5 are better than A+. 4 are not rated. I found no charter school that was better in these categories across the board for my district. Many of these kids, I believe, and per Mr. Benson's point, which I think is an excellent one, they may be ending up in DISD by high school, or they're going to be routed into alternative or other charter schools like Can Academy in Pleasant Grove has about 600 attendees. 41% graduation rate. So that means 400 kids are going to come out without a high school diploma, and that's going to impede their ability to be employable and have a decent wage. So our kids are being robbed of their education with existing charter schools, and we want to expand that without really doing some analysis of what's going on and how this is feeding into the bigger picture. This strategy is crossing political lines, and it's pretty interesting. I want to encourage you to think about the impact on our black and brown families who fought decade after decade of hand-me-downs to finally get through on Brown v. Board of Education to end the sham of separate but equal. Then we've had the voucher program, which we overcame that. And now here's just another rebranded approach. So I want to encourage you to be wise. I understand it's only going to take a few votes here to make this happen. Be wise and slow down. Anytime you have a rush like this, it's always a bad decision. Please pause and have the measures in place to mitigate risk and really understand the long-term implications. I thank you for your time.
Arthur Fleming, followed by Joy Campbell.
Greetings. I bring greetings from the Dallas NAACP Exec Committee. My name is Arthur Fleming, 822 Westover Drive, Lancaster, Texas. The last time I was here, I asked the question, what does a dishwasher do, or what does this program do? Well, I have the answer, and the answer is what it does, it divides, decides, and it conquers. You divide by offering these charters to these nonprofits and get everybody to fight over the money. While that's going on, you've already decided who's going to get what. And then it seems like conquer seems to be your goal. I'm going to give you a quote from, first of all, you can't have charter schools within a public school system. And to quote Jesse Jackson, you can't run with the rabbits and hunt with the hounds. And so that's what you guys are seeming like you're attempting to do. The NAACP, state and local, our position is that we are against charter schools within the public school system. Should you pass this special interest program, the NAACP will continue to fight you because your approach is wrong. You're bum rushing the community. You're bum rushing. The way you've approached us is just disrespectful. So to quote Roland Martin, we will fight you till hell freezes over, and then we'll fight you on ice. Thank you.
Joy Campbell, followed by Shannon Hendricks. Joy Campbell, Shannon Hendricks, followed by Nethel Jackson.
Good evening. Joy Campbell, 1420 West Mockingbird Lane, Dallas 75247. I'm Joy Campbell with Child Care Group, and I'm here to speak in support of SB 1882. Child Care Group is a nonprofit organization who has been providing high-quality early education services to low-income families since 1901. We have partnered with the district to provide high-quality pre-K services to vulnerable children in Dallas for the past 9 years through the SRI partnership. The children who have been in these SRI classes have benefited from receiving education in a nationally accredited pre-K center with DISD teachers while also receiving health and family support services. Child Care Group has sent hundreds of children to DISD kindergarten classes, prepared for kindergarten, and ready to succeed in school. With the 1882 opportunity, we are hoping to simply convert our existing partnership with the district into an 1882 partnership in order to receive increased funding for both the district and our organization. The increased funding will allow us to provide more intensive educational services to DISD pre-K students. With this conversion, partners are agreeing to now be held to an even higher standard for student results in order to maintain our partnership with the district. This set of student achievement results will allow us to collaborate more closely with Dallas ISD and other pre-K partners to strengthen our programs and create better alignment with the district. Your kindergarten students will arrive on your campuses even more prepared than before. I ask you to support the conversion of existing SRIR partnerships in order to increase funding for the district and your partners to be better servants to the pre-K program. Thank you for your time.
Shannon Hendricks, followed by Nethel Jackson.
To the stakeholders, member of the Board of Education, superintendent, staff, Nethel B. Jackson, live at 2851 Toluca, Dallas, Texas, 214-946-5840. 400 years ago, my ancestors came to an unknown country in chains and in shackles, forced to build a country, and today treated like a third-class citizen. I thought about the prophet Jeremiah. The harvest passed, the summer is ended, and we're still not saved. Well, Jeremiah, after 400 years, we are still singing, "We shall overcome." Speaking to Senator Bill 1882, Jim and Sally Crow, Willie and Jane Lynch, 46-1. For the record, under Senator Bill 1882, the district are required to sign contract giving charter group authority over school operation and employee. The upper statement is very clear to me that the DISD will be going into the direction of charter school. Oh, can you see, board? In 2014, TEA Commission Mike Morath tried to turn DISD into a home rule charter school. Is what defeated 10-5. Oh, can you see? This partnership is a very way for you to vote yes. The question before you, how will it help the most needed, our 3- and 4-year-old African-American student? How many 3- and 4-year-old African-American will be served? Please don't say 50-50. For the record, those that lines up with Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, and 46-1 will profit from this takeover. These DISD trustees that lies beneath the sun. Trustee Blackburn, you stands on the shoulder of Dr. Emmett Conrad and Dr. Yvonne Ewer. Trustee Farmer, you stands on the shoulder of Hollis Brashear. Trustee Henry, you stands on the shoulder of Catherine Joy Giller. Also, Sam Tasman, for the stand you took in 70 with your lawsuit against the DISD. I want to thank you, sir. My final word to you, member of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Your time has expired. Shannon Hendricks, followed by Camille Adams.
Good evening, Shannon Hendricks, 312 West Glen Meadow Drive. I come to you as a certified public educator. I want to speak to you about SB 1882. Open Arms, better known as Brian's House, is a unique gem in the early childhood landscape of Dallas. With a history that spans 30 years of serving children with unique challenges, we not only provide high-quality, nationally accredited child care services, but offer full case management to help families navigate their complex worlds. Our current clientele is is comprised of primarily low-income families that have one or more children with special needs. Most families pay little to no fee for all of our services. Our goal is to provide stability for the family to help them thrive. Our model welcomes not only the child with special needs, but their typically developing siblings as well. 80% of our children receive medical and/or therapy services on site while in our care. Having a one-stop shop is a lifesaver for our families, as many face transportation challenges. Bryan's House has been a partner with Dallas ISD for 5 years, sending students with differing abilities to Dallas ISD classrooms more kindergarten ready than if they had not attended a quality early childhood program. This school year, we expanded to 2 DISD partnership classrooms to meet the demand of our program. We want to convert our existing partnership into an 1882 partnership to receive increased funding for both the district and our organization. The increased funding will allow our organization to continue spreading or providing a holistic learning environment that meets the complex challenges of our community. Our collaboration will continue allowing us to wrap each student in the services provided through both the district and Bryan's House. This will create a more stable early childhood system for all children. In order to maintain our partnership with Dallas ISD, we will now be held to an even higher reporting standard. With our 1882 partnership, we agree to meet these high standards. I urge you to view SB 1882 not as competition, but as collaboration. We have the opportunity to strengthen the early childhood infrastructure for all families. With all due respect, if Lunchables go out of business, a child won't be harmed. If our early childhood infrastructure collapses, the children of the working poor will suffer significantly. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring that every child in Dallas has access to high-quality educational experiences.
Camille Adams, followed by Tia Ward.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Camille Adams, and I am a director for Heavenly Learning Center, and I am for the 1882. I had this sheet of paper ready for a whole big readout, but I've been hearing so much segregation in the community that I can't go by what I wrote down. Basically, this is our first year with DISD, partnering with DISD with the SRI program. And I have had to turn away so many kids in the community because I can only have 18 kids. Well, my parents are happy. My kids are learning. I have a DISD teacher. I have another teacher that's partnered. And it's just been great. We have a great principal. We have counselors. We just have a lot of resources that we wouldn't have by ourselves. And we cater to the low-income community. So a lot of kids would be turned away if we weren't open. So I just think that we don't have to be about just DISD. It needs to just be about the kids and what we offer to everybody. It's not a competition. It takes the whole neighborhood to raise a child, and it really does. I mean, there's so many things that kids face these days. I mean, basically, computers and technology are raising our kids, and it needs to be more of us raising our kids. It's not a competition. Nobody's making money to where it doesn't get put back into the kids. So tonight I've just been hearing so much segregation. It hurts my heart that it's not just about the kids. So all of our kids deserve a great start, not just the kids who get into the Dallas school campuses, because there's just not enough space. Now, I know some of the campuses don't uphold what they should, but that has nothing to do with the nonprofits that are trying to actually get the kids a greater start. And this year, what we are doing a field trip to our Dallas ISD campus school, which is maybe a couple of blocks away, and we are gearing all of our kids towards that kindergarten program. Thank you.
Tia Ward, followed by Faye Simon.
Hello, my name is Tia Ward, and I've been a pre-K director for 26 years. I would like to express an old saying, it takes a community to raise a child. Early pre-K learning programs in Dallas are team players with DISD. It is a collaboration to invest in very young children to maximize their futures. Too many parents can't afford private daycares or can't qualify for the DISD pre-K programs. So it's very important that we work together as a caring, supportive community to provide children with all the tools of success to build our future leaders, our future teachers, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, presidents. Early education is the foundation of that. And with the 1882 partnership, we are all working together to accomplish that, and it's for the children. Thank you for your time.
Faye Simon, followed by Carol Rimmel.
Faye Simon, 1301 Shearwater Lane in Garland, Texas. I'm here today as a licensed physician who's been practicing in Dallas, Texas for 17 years. I practice both in the clinic and in a hospital setting, treating adults from the age of 16 and up. I'm also assistant clinical professor at Texas A&M. I'm concerned about how the trusted leaders of our community, you educators, us, doctors, are misleading the population, and here's why. The Center for Disease Control notes an increased number of HPV-associated cancers from 30,000 per year in 1999 to 43,000 per year in 2015. HPV stands for human papillomavirus and is probably the top sexually transmitted infection. Let me repeat that statistic. HPV-associated cancers have increased from 30,000 in 1999 to 43,000 per year in 2015. That is nearly a 50% increase. How is this possible with the increase in sex education over the last 2 decades? Did better sex education modules fail? Did they paradoxically skyrocket the disease rates? The most well-known HPV-associated cancer is at the cervix. But did you know that cervical cancer is actually on the decline because of pap smears? The stats are rising because of an increased rate in oral cancer and anal cancer. Both the mouth and the anus can become infected with HPV. The statistical truth is that any form of sexual penetration leaves the body exposed to HPV. But the statistical truth is also that there are safer, less risky sexual practices, and it's our duty as doctors and educators to uphold what the medical field calls best practices or standard of care. Doctors are trained to counsel against high-risk behavior, not negotiate with it. Examples: smoking, don't smoke; illicit drugs, texting while driving, driving without a seatbelt, biking without a helmet, leaving unlocked guns in your home. Why have we abandoned standard of care when it comes to sexual health? Use a curriculum that allows the ugly statistics about high-risk sexual behavior to speak for themselves. High-risk sexual behavior should not be taught as a healthy alternative. Present the hard facts and let these bright young minds decide for themselves after they review the facts.
Carol Rimmel, followed by Sarah Mercuria. Carol Rimmel, Sarah Mercuria. Drew Alexander. Gay McAllister.
Good evening. I'm Gay McAllister. I reside at 9105 West Glen, Dallas, Texas, in District 3. I've lived in Dallas ISD for the last 15 years. I hold a PhD from Texas Women's University, Texas certification as a professional school counselor. I'm an LPC supervisor. I've been a teacher of 4th grade, special education, homebound, and I've been a school counselor for many years. I'm here to speak in support of the human sexual health resources. I have seen firsthand the upheaval that unintended pregnancies and STDs cause for children, adolescents, and their families. An unintended pregnancy changes the trajectory of their lives for both young mothers and young fathers. Research links total life earning outcome to the age at the birth of the first child. This is the most predictive factor for lifelong income. Pregnant teens and children are at greater health risk due to complications, and the emotional toll and resulting stressors impact every life of a teen's life, every factor in a teen's life. Often, pregnant students would accurately predict their parental reaction when they disclosed to me that they were pregnant. And many times teens would tell me, my dad's going to kick me out of the house. Unfortunately, many times they were exactly right. Sadly, that was far too true. What the teens could not accurately predict were the resulting hardships, the time and money needed to care for an infant, the emotional stress that accompanies unexpected parenthood, the actual job description of parenting that lasts a lifetime, and the unbelievable difficulty of combining the role of high school student and parenthood. Indeed, only about 51% of pregnant and parenting teens graduate as compared to 89% of the general population. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey conducted by the CDC every other year reveals that 47% of teens have engaged in sexual intercourse. 37% had 4 or more partners, and 34% are currently active. The proposed sexual health curricula offers fact and research-based education that is developmentally appropriate and aligned with adolescent interest and normal curiosity, providing facts and information in a supportive setting to promote good decision-making, the opportunity to ask questions, reinforce self-respect, set future goals, and engage in meaningful dialogue with peers, trained adults, and with their parents will be a significant step to reducing teen pregnancy. As highlighted in the Dallas Morning News editorial of February 25th, a baby is born every 3 hours, or 8 babies a day. This gives Dallas the highest teen birth rate of any major city in Dallas. The incident of unwanted teen pregnancy can be reduced in Dallas, and adoption of this curricula is vital in doing so.
Thank you, Ms. McAllister.
Thank you.
Dr. Drew Alexander, followed by Dr. Greta Davis.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Hinojosa, and esteemed board. Pardon my voice, the allergies have been bad in Dallas. I am Dr. Drew Alexander, an advocate for young people. I office at 12800 Hillcrest Road, Dallas, Texas, 75230. I came to Dallas to train and work in one of the country's first high school-based clinics located on the LG Kingston campus. Today, I continue my focus with the well-being of youth as your chief medical advisor, as faculty at UT Southwestern Medical Center, and in private practice. Sadly, health statistics for youth risk behaviors have not improved enough since my days at the LGB Kingston Clinic. Pediatrics and adolescent medicine are the clinical sciences that study and apply medical understanding to physical growth and development. Human development describes biochemical, behavioral, and evolutionary processes that we know as life. Neuroscience has opened our understanding to the individual and unique perspectives that each human being, young and old, contributes to our global community, and I think you've heard a lot of that contribution tonight. Indeed, it makes us unique as a species. As a school district, we subscribe to curricula that nurture and inform our youth in areas of self-affirmation, cognitive pursuit, social behavior, civic duty, and community justice. Today, information is digital, the proverbial cloud. If you can think it, you can Google it, with no instruction on using it. Students need instructions on using it. Be it general health, relationship health, mental health, or community health. Knowledge is power. Power is enabling. Withholding knowledge is disabling. We must openly share our knowledge to empower and enable our students to develop in wellness, intellect, and actions that will sustain a healthy universe. Thank you for your time and your service.
Dr. Greta Davis, followed by Jessica Jankozy.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Greta Davis, and I am the chair of the Department of Dispute Resolution and Counseling at Southern Methodist University. I'm a resident of Richardson, but I work in Dallas. I teach in the master's program in counseling. I teach one of the school counseling courses. I'm also a parent of a 4th and 6th grader, and so I'm speaking today actually as a parent and as an educator. I believe that parents should be the primary source of information about sex education, sexual health, and human growth and development. And I have the privilege of advanced education and comfort with these topics. I routinely have these conversations with my children. However, I know firsthand from talking with many individuals, graduate students, people in the community, that they do not have this level of comfort. In fact, they have much discomfort with open discussions about normal developmental changes and about sex education. As an educator, I know that most graduate students, when I poll them in my classes and I say, how many of you had a conversation with your parents about sexual health or sex education? About 90% of them anecdotally will say no, they didn't. And I'd like for you to think about that. What kind of education did you get from your parents? Did they talk to you about that? Learning about normal human growth and development should include comprehensive sex education. Children feel their bodies changing. They experience confusion. Accurate, developmentally appropriate information that is sequenced and intentional can provide children with the information they need to understand how and why their bodies are changing. They can learn that sexuality is a natural, normal, and healthy part of life. They can learn that abstinence from sexual intercourse is the most effective method for preventing unintended pregnancy, sexually transmitted diseases, and HIV. They can also learn that consistent use and methods of contraception can greatly reduce the chance of pregnancy and STD if they choose to become sexually active. We do not need to be afraid of information. When I hear objections to public school comprehensive education, sex education, I hear things like sex education should be private or it should be taught in the home. But it's not taught in the home. Parents often provide inaccurate or incomplete information, not because they don't want what's best for the children, but because they're not trained in how to deliver all of that information to them. And that leaves children uninformed and vulnerable. So I'd like to advocate and appeal to you to make sure that all children have accurate information to understand their changing bodies, to recognize that sexuality is a normal part of the human experience, and to also recognize that schools are really the only place that can consistently provide this information to all children for their health and their well-being. Thank you.
Jessica Jankozy, followed by Stacy Taggart.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Jankozy. I live at 2722 Knight Street, Dallas, Texas, 75219. And I'm here tonight in support of the SHAC recommendation for evidence-based sex education. If you'll humor me for a moment, Board of Trustees, would you raise your hand if you've ever been in a romantic relationship before? Not, all right, yeah, we're getting some hands. Okay, all right, this is good. Well, okay. So as you can see, romantic attraction is a very normal part of the human experience. Depictions of romantic relationships are everywhere. From Disney movies to couples holding hands on the street, romance and sexuality define a huge part of the human experience. So why then do we act as though high school students are immune to this very natural human desire for romantic and sexual companionship? Introducing evidence-based sexual education doesn't encourage students to be sexually active any more than learning about the American Revolution encouraged them to start a war. What it does teach them is if they do decide to enter into a relationship or become sexually active, a choice that they would make, by the way, with or without this education, they'll know how to do it safely. It's important that students learn what a healthy, safe, and loving romantic relationship or sexual interaction looks like, because the consequences of not offering this education are clear. 1 in 4 college-age women experience sexual assault, and this number goes up for freshmen and sophomore students coming directly from high school.
KERA reported that rates of chlamydia have risen by 25% in Dallas County since 2016, and 60% of those cases belong to patients aged 15 to 24. That means almost 12,000 cases of teens with chlamydia in 2018 alone in Dallas County. What's worse, in Dallas County there are certain zip codes with teen pregnancy rates worse than that of sub-Saharan Africa. We would never hide health information from teens about nutrition or the flu, so why would we do it for sexual and reproductive health? The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has found that evidence-based sex education has a positive impact on reducing rates of teen pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and risky sexual behaviors. Sexual and reproductive health is health. By giving our students evidence-based sex education, DISD can help ensure that our students are healthy for a lifetime. Thank you for your time.
Stacy Taggart, followed by Samoji Best.
Hello, I'm Stacy Taggart. I live at 6943 Meadowbriar Lane, Dallas 75230, and I wanted to speak concerning the reproductive health and sex ed programs that we're talking about right now. I just became aware of it actually yesterday. I'm not against sex ed. Sexual education, I think, is important for students to learn appropriately what they need to know. I don't think the curriculum that is being presented in this format is the right curriculum. It really covers some very gross and vulgar and distorted topics. And I think if more people actually knew the content, more people would be disturbed by it. I just want to make a few points. One is, what is the point of sex education? Why should it be just to prevent pregnancy or even just to encourage safe sex? Surely we can all agree that there is more to the engagement of sex than just the physical. Why would we deface its value by teaching and emphasizing such degrading aspects of it, which is what this curriculum does? That is not the norm. So why in the world would you focus on that? You will ruin a child's perceptions of a very beautiful thing before they really even have a chance to develop their perceptions naturally. By the way, I am not only a parent in the DISD, I am also, I was formerly a school counselor working with middle school children and junior high children. Prior to that, I was a music school teacher, and so I worked with grades pre-K actually through 12th grade. So I think it's important to think of the developmental phases that children go through, and they don't go through all of them predictably at the same rate and pattern. I think it's very important to not present information that's inappropriate for them, that they're unable to really handle before that time. So I would say, how about teaching them strong academic skills, basic human behavior and health information, and let them and their parents decide when they need to know more. We, as a school district, would be artificially controlling their sexual experiences by exposing them to too much information at once and by exposing them to very distorted ways of enjoying sex. We are pressuring them to believe a certain way. It is a value-based program, and it's not necessarily reflective of the majority of the parents' values. That's beyond the scope of education. That is the provenance of the family. It is almost as if this program in particular is grooming these children to not only become sexually promiscuous, but to become sexually deviant. This is not normal. It's not necessary information for them to be exposed to. It's way beyond basic sex information.
Thank you, Ms. Taggart. Samoji Best, followed by Aliyah Ali.
Hi, my name is Samaji Best. My address is 1328 Bar Harbor Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75232. And I stand before you today in support of this sex education recommendations. There are 3 houses that are epically failing our children in the realm of sex education. All of them are intertwined with each other, and you all have control over one of them. The first of which is the church house. I'm a pew baby. For those of you who don't frequent church, a pew baby is a child that grows up in the pews of a church. I know I was taught abstinence, which just meant don't do it. With the church on every single corner in Dallas, and Dallas having the highest teen birth rate, there's something missing, period. Which leads me to my second house that's failing our children, is the parents' house. Because we get our values and our ideology from church, if the church says don't do it, the parents don't talk about it, period. Which brings me to our third house, the house where our children spend 8 hours of their day, where they're surrounded by peers and teachers who love them and are more than capable, the schoolhouse. I am a 3-time graduate of DISD, if you will. I went to some of the best schools in the district, Rosemont Elementary, whoop, whoop, William Barrett Travis Vanguard Academy, and the Hillcrest High School. I actually graduated with Taylor. So in my 13 years of schooling, not once did I have a sex education class. Not one time in 13 years. I was given the option of an hour of talking about chlamydia and syphilis or an extra hour of volleyball. What do you think 16-year-old me chose? Volleyball. So in my 13 years, I wish somebody would have sat down and talked to me, asked me questions, asked me if I had questions, because maybe if they had, a 9-year-old me would have been better able to articulate the sexual assault that happened to me. Maybe I would have been able to know the parts of my vagina and say what happened. Maybe I would have been able to know the anatomically correct parts of him rather than say his thing. Maybe. Maybe it wouldn't have taken me 10 years to say something. Maybe I wouldn't have carried that around. Maybe. I have the privilege of being close enough to teenagers, but far enough from teenagers, right? So I'm far enough that they call me miss when they talk to me out of respect, but close enough that they talk to me and in front of me about things that they wouldn't talk to their mother, their father, or even some of you about. So I hear things like, no, miss, if you have sex standing up, you can't get pregnant. No, miss, you just got to wear 2 condoms. I wore 2 condoms. That baby not mine. When you're with them all the time and you hear the things that they think they know, the alternative facts, the questions they have, we have to do something. We can't call ourselves youth advocates if we don't do something. We would be failing them epically. Thank you.
Aliyah Ali, followed by Dina Jackson.
Hello, my name is Alia. My address is 10602 Stone Canyon Road, Dallas, Texas, 75230. I actually requested to be removed from the speakers list, but I guess I'll still talk. I am for the evidence-based sex education programs for one big reason. As educators, as parents, as teachers, it is our job to make sure we're caring about the health of the students today. I think one of the biggest concerns is that if we talk about sex, it will lead people to having sex. When actually the studies show if you talk about these things, and this is not a one and done thing, right? This is a lifelong conversation that educators should be having. This is a lifelong conversation that parents should be having. The studies show that if you talk about it early, they will wait, right? And this is not going to be the curriculum that's been presented to the Board of Trustees. These are evidence-based programs. These are not just things we're just saying out loud with quotations. These have shown rigorously, they've gone through studies to show that they change attitudes and behavior, they change attitudes and knowledge, and they change attitudes in the decisions that these teens will make. And if there's a parent that's concerned about, what are my values, if this curricula were to be implemented in Dallas ISD, there's something called a parent permission slip, correct? And the last thing I really want to mention is because a lot of people have talked about the STIs, unintended pregnancy, all the statistics, which are very, very important. But the one thing I want to leave everyone with is most people at some point in their lives will be sexually active, whether they choose to wait until marriage, or not. Whatever values they have, which are great, most of them will become sexually active. So wouldn't you want to have a healthy sex life, a respectful sex life? So this information, whether or not they use it or not, now, It could be placed in their minds, and they could use it at some point later in their lives. Please support evidence-based curricula. Please follow after Austin. Austin's board just approved it. Dallas likes to do it big. I know we can do this. Thank you so much.
Dina Jackson, followed by Jennifer Hernandez. Jennifer Hernandez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Hernandez. I live on 62 Howard Avenue. And I'm a concerned parent that they have 2 kids, teenagers that attend to Skyline High School. And one of the things that concerns me most is why are so many classes that are placed on the curriculum. For example, IB classes, AP classes, all the different curriculums. They have clusters, they have magnets. Okay, that's perfect. They're preparing them for a future, like educational future. But what about life? What about real life? What about sex education? The most concerning thing that I have is I've been a teenager parent and trying to deal with all the things that nobody told me how to deal with it. Nobody told me that I have to wake up 3 times a night to feed my baby. So I want to prepare my kids to better take this decision. Is it their own options? This is their own body. They're not going to tell me you're going to be sex active. I will put on the man. Perfect. That's fine. It's your own body. But I want to let you know that we have trustees that can be with us and let them know that there are more information out there, not just abstinence. Abstinence is option, and abstinence can be one option if you decided. That's perfect. But what about marriage? You don't have to wait until marriage. If you want to get accident, okay, fine. But I don't want to see my kids get on those numbers, get on those statistics about sexually transmitted disease. I don't want to see my kids get infected with HIV. I don't want to see my kids, my daughter to be pregnant when they're young. I want to see to be prepared to be the leaders of the future of this community. So I trust everybody here to make a better decision, not only for us, it only for the futures of our own kids. Thank you.
Aaron White, followed by Hannah Alexander.
Hi, good evening. Reverend Aaron White. I'm here to speak in favor of the SHAC recommendations for comprehensive sexuality education. I live at 9833 Champa Drive, 75218. So I'm here wearing a few hats tonight. I'm the minister of a congregation of about 1,000 families here in the Dallas community. I'm also a lifelong Dallas resident, a homeowner, a taxpayer, but most importantly, a dad of 2 boys. One of them is named Hank. He's a first grader at Hexter Elementary. The other is 2 years old and will be a part of DISD schools when he's old enough. I'm in support of the SHAC recommendation because of what they brought back to us. They brought a comprehensive range of curricula that are tested, research-based, evidence-based, that are adopted and endorsed by scientists, physicians, public health professionals from across the country and the state. We have cities comparable to Dallas and some smaller adopting these kind of curricula and seeing great results in their community. Now, in my congregation, we teach comprehensive sexuality education to many ages because we believe that's part of our value system. However, I want the science, the health education that my kids learn to be supplemented by my church, not substituted by my church. I want their primary science education to happen in a DISD classroom. Just as I would want engineering students to have the best information so they can make responsible choices about building buildings or designing programs for public health, I want my kids to have the best information they can have to be safe, responsible citizens, not just of our city, but of the world. When I talk to friends who are moving to Dallas, I want to have a full-throated endorsement that the city they're moving into, the school system they're moving into, is one that they can feel good about moving into, buying a home in our neighborhood so they don't pick the suburbs or a private school. I want them to know that this is a forward-looking educational body that is absolutely dedicated to the most accurate information we can give for the safety and well-being and health of all our children. Thank you.
Hannah Alexander, followed by Rabbi Nancy Keston.
Hello, my name is Hannah Alexander. I live at 4950 Live Oak Street, apartment 204, 75206. So I am one of the speakers in support of the SHAC proposal, and that is because I used to work in DISD. In 2012, I worked in DISD. I taught an after-school program called Ignite. And it's a program that gets young women, particularly women of color, involved in politics, encourage them to eventually run for office. During the second semester of the curriculum, students choose a problem in their community and come up with a public policy solution to solve that problem. Of all the problems that they faced in their life, the one that they decided they wanted to spend a semester working on was the fact that the teen pregnancy rate is so high. They chose that, and quite obviously, because all science and data points to the way that you solve this issue in society is providing comprehensive sex education. I want you to do this. I want you to pass it because students are demanding it. We've had a student speaker. These students, this was 7 years ago, so I kept in touch with some of them. They've gone off to college in some cases and are doing things, but this information equips them for life. This is an important decision that affects the health and well-being of all the students. I remember in my education having, signs on, and I still see this in DISD schools. There's like little signs that say, hey, wash your hands, and if you have a cold, make sure you cover your nose. This is a public health issue, just like anything else. And so it's very important that we make these decisions based on data and science, and there have been doctors here saying this. Not to say that my students' analysis of the problem, even though they were in high school, was bad. It was great as well. You should listen to the experts. You should listen to the students and do this because decisions should be made on data, not on feelings. I also have a friend who was not able to make it, who graduated from Townview in 2010, and she became pregnant her senior year of high school. She wanted me to read this. She says that having experienced teen pregnancy, she knows how firsthand how it makes it harder to end generational poverty, how comprehensive sex education could help address not only teen pregnancy, but unplanned pregnancies and STDs that affect minority communities at higher rates because of a lack of resources and education. So as someone who went to DISD schools, did not have comprehensive sex education, who believes that her pregnancy could have been prevented had she had access to this information, she and I both urge you to go forward and pass this. Thank you.
Rabbi Nancy Keston, followed by Emily Martin.
Hello, I'm impressed with your staying power here tonight. I'm Rabbi Nancy Keston. I live at 5539 Tanbark Road, 75229, and I've lived here for 30 years, and my first career before I became a rabbi was in public health. And ever since I've lived in Dallas, I have been puzzled by the fact that we have not had comprehensive health education in our schools. And I'm very gratified to see that we're having this conversation. And I guess the only thing I can really add to anything that such powerful speakers tonight is I do have a joke. And I'm not that good at telling jokes, but if you may already know this joke. It's about a time when there's a flood of biblical proportions and a guy goes up to his roof and he's, praying to God to save him, and a man comes in a rowboat and paddles by and says, come get in my boat and I'll bring you to shore to somewhere safe. And he says, no, I'm praying to God, God is going to save me. And the floodwaters rise higher and a motorboat comes by and a woman says to him, come get in my motorboat and I'll take you to shore, I'll take you to somewhere safe. And he says, no, I'm praying to God, God is going to save me. And the floodwaters get higher and higher and he's almost, it's almost over his head, and a helicopter comes by and a rope comes down and the rescue crew says, grab the rope, we'll pull you up and take you to safety. He says, no, I'm praying to God, God is going to save me. And so of course he drowns, he goes to heaven, he comes before God, he says to God, I was praying to you, why didn't you save me? And God said, well, I sent the rowboat and the motorboat and the helicopter, what more did you want me to do? And I think that, this is a situation where this kind of education for kids, and it's not just about pregnancy prevention, it's about healthy bodies, it's about understanding our bodies, it's about how to have conversations with parents and children together. This is a lot of information that's intended to help our communities support our kids to be as healthy as they possibly can. And if we reject this kind of resource that we have, that our School Health Advisory Committee has worked so hard to research and put together for something that will actually work in our community, if we reject that, we're relying on miracles to the detriment of our children. Thank you.
Emily Martin, followed by Hal Barkley.
I thank you all for waiting so long. I understand I'm the 45th person on the list to speak. My name is Emily Martin. I live at 6839 Gaston Avenue in Dallas, 75214, and I've come to express my support for the recommendation, the SHAC recommendation for the sexual health curriculum and supplemental resources. I've been an active volunteer in DISD schools since 1993. Both my adult children graduated from Woodrow. I'm a member of a conservative Baptist church, and I have been a volunteer for Young Life for 10 years. In Young Life, I've mentored dozens of teen moms through Young Lives, which is a Christian ministry that works with pregnant and parenting teens. The teen moms that I have known, they didn't make a choice to get pregnant. Many didn't even realize they had a choice. Some were pressured by someone else. Some of them didn't even question having sex at a young age. They knew almost nothing about safe sex. Their sex education came from each other, the media, and more recently from the internet. The objective of this curriculum is to present accurate information about sexual activity, including its consequences. It emphasizes alternatives and opportunities so that young people can make informed decisions. The goal is to help kids set goals, plan an education and career, become self-sufficient before becoming a parent, and to stay safe from the dangers and disease associated with sexual activity. Now, bits and pieces of this curriculum may be kind of shocking, may be kind of gross, but it would be great, if kids today weren't having sex, and it would be just really great if they were learning about this stuff at the home, but they're not. Just as you've seen, look at the statistics. To reduce this city's high rate of teen pregnancy, we must make sure that DISD kids have accurate, age-appropriate information about sex. They aren't learning that at home, and whitewashed, polite curriculum in the schools will not answer the questions that they face every day and every night. Our DISD students are making life-framing decisions: when to have sex, with whom, and under what conditions, based on the information they have at hand. If we want to make sure that what they have is better than what they pick up on Instagram or from down the street, we have to provide relevant, innovative education programs in the schools. Please confirm the SHAC recommendation.
Hal Barkley, followed by Allie Smith.
Good evening. I'm Hal Barkley. I live in Carrollton, but I work with families in Dallas and in the Dallas ISD. I am a clinical professor at SMU, where I teach graduate students who are pursuing their master's degree in order to become licensed professional counselors, licensed marriage and family therapists, and school counselors. I am here tonight to thank DISD for your efforts to promote sexual health in our communities. As a certified sex therapist, one of the courses I teach at SMU is sexuality counseling and therapy. I want to share with you two stories that I tell my students when we study childhood sexuality and adolescent sexuality. So here's the first. I often relate stories. My wife, who taught elementary school for 25 years, she shared with me about her elementary school students. One of my favorites is about a first grader named Karina, who one Monday morning during circle time, this was news about the weekend, and she stands up and she says, "My mom is going to have a baby, and I know how the baby got there. First, you get married. Then you kiss. And then," and she whispered this part, she says, "and then you take off your underwear." My point to my students is that children are very aware of sexuality and are learning every day. The second story is about my time at one of the high schools where I worked as a counselor back in the 1990s. The counselors became aware that we were dealing with many cases involving date rape. So we put together a 2-day program on date rape, which we presented to the 9th graders. 2 takeaways for me from that experience are these. We asked every parent of over 600 freshmen for their permission to allow their child to participate in the program. Only 4 chose for their child not to participate. My second memory of that is of the 9th grade girl who stood at the end of one of the sessions and stood up and thanked us all for this program we had presented. And one of the other counselors said something, well, I'm just sorry that we have to present programs like this. And she said, Dr. B, if you don't tell us these things, who is going to tell us? I tell my SMU students that it has been said the most prevalent form of sex education in our country is the sexual joke. And if you think about the mythology
Thank you,
and
Mr.
the
Barkley. Your
misinformation,
time has expired.
then I think you get my point. Thank you.
Allie Smith, followed by Patricia Major.
Hi, my name is Allie Smith. I live at 7015 Briar Meadow, found a neighbor, Dallas, Texas 75230. My family has lived next door to Hillcrest High School for over 9 years. I have a 3.5-year-old daughter, a 1-year-old son, and a baby on the way. We hope to begin my daughter's DISD career at Preston Hollow Elementary soon. Currently, professionally, I work for Young Lives, which connects teenage mothers with mentors. I did this alongside Fort Bend ISD in Houston for 2 years, and I've done that here locally the past 4 years. I currently know, over the past several years, over 150 teenage mothers from the Thomas Jefferson community, W2Y, and Hillcrest communities. I'm also a member of the Shack. Contrary to what we've been told by some people, there is a connection between Interrupt and several of the proposed curricula. I know there's been talk in the community against this organization. You have 2 handouts you should have received from me addressing this, board members. The first is a Shack handout earlier this school year with program names and the submitting organization or company. The second is actually a chain of emails initiated by Interrupt CEO Terry Greenberg to me personally from 2017. In the emails, Terry refers to our education courses, our brochure, and our proven programs. The flyer he also attached, which you have, is from Interrupt and continues the phrase, our proven programs, with all 3 curricula, our families talking together, making proud choices, and be proud, be responsible, all listed. While Interrupt as an organization did not create them, they do claim them at some level. All 3 of these programs are being voted on tonight. There is a connection with this organization. From my professional experience as a mentor to teenage mothers, I have learned that just as important as the message to youth matters, the messenger matters. I do not think that Interrupt's message and tone are good for our youth today. They promote alternative sex acts like oral sex and mutual masturbation. They promote sexual exploration for adolescents. The promotion of sexual exploration in adolescence will lead to intercourse. The promotion of any level of exploration in this area for them will lead to intercourse, especially some of the alternatives promoted by these curricula. Teenagers struggle with boundaries and self-control. If the only boundary we are recommending is having protected sexual activities, they will push that one. They don't yet have the full cognitive abilities to make these decisions, and I believe it is in our best interest to encourage them to delay all sexual activity as long as possible. Decisions for sexual activity are rarely made using the logical parts of their brain. My biggest concern tonight is the agenda identifies this item as a Shack recommendation. I do not think these things should qualify. There are roughly 60 voting members of the Shack this year, and less than 15 members were in attendance when the votes were cast. Some members present asked for a delay in choosing the vote until more could be polled. This was denied. Whether talking about sexual activity or curriculum choices, I think we can all agree that choices made in the heat of the moment without thoughtful consideration is a bad decision. Please delay this vote.
Patricia Major, followed by Heather Douglas.
I'm happy to come before. I'm Patricia Major, 5916 North Jim Miller Road. And I'm happy to come before you to speak in favor of the SHAC recommendation for the DISD sex education curriculum. There is a lot of disinformation going around, and so I asked to look over the materials before I came before you, and I was very graciously accommodated by DISD. They allowed me to see all the plans and objectives for each lesson in the 5th grade through high school, and I found the materials to be within the standards set by the legislature and still able to present information that's realistic and useful. I was pleased that the curriculum avoids moral questions that are best discussed in the home or at church, but also goes beyond purely clinical explanations to present human sexuality for what it is, a part of life with physical, emotional, intellectual aspects that are as individual as each student. That's why topics contained in this curriculum are so important. Topics like healthy relationships and gender identity and positive body image and consent. I understand that under the present system, students are often seniors before they're able to take a health elective, and that's too late. When you have the equipment, you need the manual to go with it, or accidents will happen. So I was pleased to find that with this proposal, health will be a part of the 9th grade biology curriculum that requires an opt-out instead of an opt-in. Thank you for considering this curriculum of comprehensive sex education. It's a gift that will benefit the students for a lifetime.
Heather Douglas, followed by Stephen Kradaczynskis.
Good evening. My name is Heather Douglas. I live at 6634 Blue Valley Lane, and I have a little boy who will be entering DISD in the fall, and we are super excited to have a soon-to-be kindergartner. I wish I had written something out, but I've gleaned a lot of wisdom from all of the speakers here tonight, and I think having the little girl speak at the very beginning was a good way to set out the tone, because every person in this room can agree on one thing, that they want to protect her. And the promise that she showed is remarkable. And we can all agree that if she were to get pregnant in her teenage years, that bright promise and that bright bulb would not have an opportunity to shine. I also agree that it is shameful that DISD has not had a comprehensive fact-based sexual education program. It breaks my heart for the young woman who I think left, that in 13 years in DISD, she was never instructed on the facts and the biology of the human body, of changing hormones and desires and sexual activity. Because, I mean, we've all been around hormonal teenagers. It is something that you can't even begin to think how you could control it. That said, I think there is a key that has been missing from the conversation, and that is age-appropriate material. When I looked at a couple of pages on what is being proposed for 5th and 6th graders, I was appalled. It talks about them having students who have previously engaged in sexual activity, having conversations about whether or not they should be using a dental dam, using flavored lubricants. Those kinds of things are not something that our kids at 5th and 6th grade should be exploring. Yes, they need to know about their bodies, they need to know about biology, and they need to understand the respect that people should have for one another. But giving them that kind of graphic information at early ages takes away innocence. And when I think about that little girl that was speaking up there again, she has a mind that is not tainted by that yet. And she has a desire to grow and to learn and contribute. And she should be taught about her body and how it works, and how she should at some point interact with a partner. But she should not be given the graphic material that we can all go and get on Instagram. That's not what this should be. I'm appalled that only 25% of the SHAC members were there for the vote. That is disgusting, and a form of taxation without representation in that something is being pushed through without the majority consent of the people who were put on that task force. So a huge part of the voice has been flat out silenced and ignored. I would like to thank everyone who's spoken tonight, because there is one thing we can all agree on. We are all passionate about our kids, about doing the right thing for them.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas.
Thank you.
Stephen Predachinskis, followed by Meredith Hall.
Hi. My name is Stephen Predachinskis. I live at 8820 Southwestern Boulevard, 75206, and I lead a ministry called the Hidalgo Ministry at 3410 Hidalgo Drive near Cigarroa Elementary. I've actually been involved in Cigarroa since 2007. I've been the SBDM chairman for most of that time, and I've been working in the curriculum or in the community with the kids for 16 years. And I think we all can agree on the need for education, sex education, but my problem is with this particular set of curricula. As I've looked through it, I've seen some of the samples of that, and I've given a handout on those. I think you guys all have the handout. I think one of the problems is the recommending company, the recommending organization, Interrupt, and even just looking on their social media posts and posting, "Why do guys like to eat out girls? Let's all jam with a dental dam," with a button that says that. The attitude that they're coming at sex education with is the first problem. I think that it's not dealing with sex more as just an extra hobby or an extracurricular, not dealing with the social, emotional side of it. We're very into social, emotional learning in DSD. But just a few studies, you see this on your second page of the handout. Engaging in casual sex may elevate risk for negative psychological outcomes. People who engage in casual sex may suffer emotional consequences that persist long after the details of their encounter. Specifically, how they conduct their romantic lives before they tie the knot is linked to their odds of having happy marriages. I don't think those things are actually included in the curriculum we're using, and so it's taught more as just, hey, if you want to have sex, just make sure you are safe, and so you don't get pregnant and you don't get an STD. And we even looking at, I'm going to skip over to the sixth grade. If you look at the diagrams, the sixth grade diagrams on anatomy are extremely explicit. Essentially, they're on the level of a drawing of pornography. You might have that in college level anatomy, but a sixth grader doesn't need that level of detail in a drawing. We've already had addressed about some of the interactions on sixth grade. When you get into the older curriculum, let's see, you will see additional ideas. Use condoms as a method of foreplay. Think up sexual fantasy using condoms. Act sexy, sensual when putting condoms on. Have a sense of humor. Be silly. Make jokes. If the authorities are saying, hey, just try it out. This is no big deal. Have fun with it. The kids in my community, as they're staying home and while their parents are working, if they have this free time, it's like, hey, let's go try that out because my authority at school said that was okay.
Thank you. Meredith Hall, followed by Ryan Wall.
Hi, good evening. My name is Meredith Hall, and I actually reside in Richardson, Texas, where I have 3 teenage boys who attend public school. But I've worked in Dallas as an NICU nurse and now as a director of a women's clinic who deals directly with hundreds of pregnant women and teens. One of the things I've heard is that there is not evidence-based sex education in place. But as a matter of fact, there is curriculum already in place in DISD, and that is through Baylor Scott & White's Wellness and Sexual Health. And this is evidence-based medicine, and they do teach contraception, they teach sex education, they teach pregnancy prevention. So that is in place, and that is a part of DISD. So some of the curriculum is my concern tonight. So I love the goal that DISD is pushing, and that is to decrease teen pregnancy. There is a statistic, though, that has come out recently that is decreased in the last year by 30%, and that is under the curriculum that's already in place. But I do want you to look at the two handouts that I provided you. One is a module that is put out by Get Real. Actually, they both are. One module has already been kicked out by DISD, and that was some of the items about using condoms in a very frivolous way and imaginative way for young children, for teens. But the one that I want to bring to your attention that is up for vote tonight is called Steps for Effective Use of Dental Dams. Now, if you're like me, I've just recently learned what dental dams are. And I was very interested in looking up what that entails. So if some of you aren't aware of what that is, dental dams are actually used at the dentist when they cover a person's mouth to perform a procedure on a tooth. Well, now this is now being taught through this curriculum to teens who are 14 through 18. I'm just going to use some of the examples of what they say on the 9 steps on how to use them effectively. Squeeze a few drops of lubricant on the side of the dental dam that will go on your partner. This makes it feel more pleasurable. Put the dental dam over your partner's vaginal or anal area. During oral play, you and your partner can hold it in place and make sure it is not slipping. I do want to note that in researching what the statistics are in effective preventative STD and STI measures, there is no statistics on the dental dam. None. The CDC even posts it on there, and they have no statistics. So I just want to ask you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank
Ryan
you.
Wall, followed by Anita Odom.
Hi, my name is Ryan Wall. I reside at 2248 Dorrington. I am a pastor over at Watermark Community Church, where we've got approximately 10,000 members. We have thousands of people that volunteer in the community across hundreds of different partnerships. And I'm here to speak against the SHAC recommendations. Very disappointed for a couple of reasons. One, just the process. And so as I started becoming more and more concerned with some of the things that were happening, we had 12 different members that got recommended to the SHAC. As the administration started doing due diligence, found out that they were members at Watermark. None of them were accepted to the SHAC. Then from just a timeline perspective, you guys approved the SHAC in mid-November. By November, the end of November, then there was the proposals were due. 6 weeks later, then the SHAC was asked to vote on that, when normal districts of similar size have anywhere from 12 to 18 months to go through the due diligence process. And then that vote wasn't open to the public, and from what I can tell, less than 25% of the people that were on the SHAC were present. From my conversations with administration, it seems like a majority of the SHAC members are representing organizations and not necessarily parents of the community. And so just from a pure process standpoint, it's frustrating as I try to get our folks to want to be engaged in the community, and they can't even figure out how to crack all of the political system to actually be engaged. And then additionally, I would say we've been engaged in this conversation. As we sought to engage with the city council, then the last thing that the mayor told us is there was conversations about how does all of this work inside the city. The mayor said to the president of Interrupt, hey, you need to figure out how to involve the school, the healthcare system, and the faith community. And so shortly after, we met with the president of Interrupt, and she started off by leading the conversation and just said, hey, our values just are not going to align with yours. So we're just going to have to agree to disagree frequently. And that was the continued conversation over the course of an hour. And as we started having conversations, then it wasn't just us, evangelical church. She said, hey, it's frustrating that I can't get the Catholic community on board. They're so old school. And so there's just this continued conversation that she has, that they've not been able to engage the faith community. And so that's frustrating. And so we have many members that want to be engaged, want to be a part of the process. But I don't think that the current recommendations reflect the values of the community at large.
Anita Odom, followed by Judy Smalley. Demetri Okay. Judy Smalley. Demetria Bivens.
Hi, I'm Judy Smiley. I live at 6507 Desco Drive, 75225. And I'm here to ask you not to adopt this SHAC recommendation. And the reason why is, having looked over the curriculum, it normalizes and promotes sexual activity. And listening to the people that are for it, I think we all agree. I mean, we don't want these kids to engage in sexual activity. But I just think we need to find a curriculum that does not promote or normalize it or degrade the parents' involvement. I looked through it, and there were things like, how will you know when you're ready to have sex? So we're going to ask a sixth grader to decide that? I'm the mother of 3 young adults, and I fondly remember raising my kids when they were middle schoolers. And it was a lot of times, oh my gosh, please don't forget this. Please remember that. And we're asking them to make decisions. Are you ready to have sex? Something that's life-altering? I don't think that's right. We need to have a curriculum that is going to promote delaying. I mean, tell them the facts. They need to know. So I am for this comprehensive. They need to know. I mean, it sounds like it's already there. I don't know why we're talking about changing something that is proven to work to encourage something that is really disturbing. I just kind of wonder if this is something that you would want your children to be exposed to. Do you want your kids to be, asked, to be told they've got certain rights or, play this game? And it was very disturbing, and I just think that we can do better. And we need to think about, these 6th and 7th and 8th graders that we're promoting, talking about this curriculum to. There's a reason why they don't drive. Well, we don't let them drink. We don't want them to smoke. There's just the reasons for that. They're cognitively, they're not there. But yet you're going to just, it is like you're encouraging them to do this. So I'm asking you to not vote for this, but instead let's find a curriculum, go back to the drawing board, or maybe keep what we have, and let's promote delaying sexual activity. Thank you.
Demetria Bivens, followed by Linda Barrett. Linda Barrett, followed by Harold Hurdle.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me. I stand before you speaking for the monitors and MPV drivers of the ISD transportation. I am a CDL driver, and I speak in behalf of the monitors and the MPV drivers. I live at 1700 Apache Court in DeSoto, Texas, but I work right here at Longview, and I haven't been home all day, and I'm hungry. But it is my belief that these 2 positions in the transportation are just as deserving and relevant in receiving their raise, even a raise, as the CDL drivers did. I am a CDL driver, and I have sometimes have had to fill in as a monitor, and I have had to fill in as a MPV driver. Both of these positions are very important. Monitors, they mostly are for special needs, and they are so very important in that field. And MPV drivers, they are same. So as I have filled in those positions, and I have trained some monitors in those positions and MPV drivers, I ask that you consider and give them that raise. We CDL drivers, we thank you for our raise, but we think that they should have their raise as well. I thank you for allowing me this time. We are a team in the transportation department. We love our monitors. We love our MP drivers. And we thank you.
Harold Hurdle, followed by George Rennell. George Rennell, followed by Richard Sheridan.
Good evening, President Flores, trustees, and Superintendent Hinojosa. My name is George Rangel, 334 Center Street, Dallas, Texas, 75208. I'm the Executive Vice President of Alliance AFT, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight to speak on 2 agenda items. In regards to items 7.03 and through 7.13, we stand with the community in strongly opposing the policy for the following reasons. There's nothing in the agreement stating that the monies partners get will go directly into the classroom. There's nothing in the agreement stating that the students will have a certified teacher in front of the classroom. There's nothing in the agreement stating that the partners will cease recruiting students out of the DISD to charter schools. And we, as community members, will lose our democratic control in our electing our DISD school board members. It is also extremely troubling. These agreements can last up to 10 years. This means that you are not only handing off your responsibilities, but you are also constraining future board members who follow you. Board members, if you have doubts, do what we ask our students. Pause, stand up, speak out, and say no. On another note, in regards to item 7.18, we certainly appreciate the compensation modification for the maintenance and facility services, public and security, food and child nutrition services, and construction services. Although it appears that there is a clerical error on the agenda, the bus monitors were left out as they were part of the recommended compensation modification based on the TASB report. We ask that the agenda be corrected or amended to reflect the recommended compensation modification as recommended by TASB. We also ask that you include in this compensation, as the previous speaker said, the multiple passenger vehicle bus drivers, the MPV drivers. These are drivers that transport our students in the blue buses. We compensated the CDL drivers, and we're compensating the monitors, but we're not compensating the MPV drivers. And we want to keep our morale up in that department as much as we need to, and by not including the MPV drivers would really hurt the morale in that department even more. I want to thank you for your time and your attention and the service that you provide, but please consider the recommendations and please take time in voting in the ELA policy. Thank you.
Richard Sheridan, followed by Beverly Lumpkin. Beverly Lumpkin, followed by William Hopkins. Christy Liu, followed by Robert Nelson. Christina Liu, followed by Robert Nelson.
Good evening, Hinojosa, Dr. Hinojosa, Superintendent. I was sub for Dallas ISD 2 years while he was the superintendent first time. He is very powerful because he laid off 400 teachers. I'm here. The topic is enforce policy and procedures. I'm speaking for the teacher because teachers are human beings, right? Not only just board member. And everybody get one copy of my 2-page speech. You do read English speech, okay? My topic is, to whom it may concern, I do wish each and every one of them really concerned about the teacher and about Americans' future, okay? And this is my second attempt to write up my substantial suggestion to Dallas ISD, but I thought I need to show up in person, speak. I was a teacher in my country, okay, for 5 years, and the top rating, like equivalent to Townville. And we have a dignity, okay? Teacher has authority. We are human beings. And the teacher-student relationship is general versus soldier. But this country is a soldier without weapon, face all the enemies. My substantial suggestion is House car signed, turn in on Monday, okay, besides signature, including who did what and when, so as to avoid the kids imitate the parents' signature, okay? And the weekly journal also turn in on Monday. And so let the teacher establish dignity, authority, monitor kids on weekly basis, and we can cut the expense for the security guard and also counselor. Let the teacher get the counseling background, okay? Classroom teacher is the immediate counselor because the school counselor is secondary. And some superintendent retire 2 years earlier, get $900,000 early severance pay. That's not fair. You need to divide it to 900 teachers, 1,000 each, increase their job responsibility. That's called humanity. Thank you for your attention to this very serious matter.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Robert Nelson, followed by Michelle Touche.
I live in Grand Prairie. However, I work with business people and entrepreneurs in the Dallas area. I'm here because there's a conscientious voice on the behalf of the business community that's trying to reach out to several school districts throughout the metropolitan area. And they've asked me to address this issue. The issue is this. It seems that we have a mutual concern, and that is to make sure that we prepare our young people to become responsible citizens and productive citizens of this community. However, one of the things that you have to take into consideration is this. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, over 90% of all the United States' economy is based on and created by small businesses. Over 70% of those small businesses are sole proprietorship or individually owned businesses. So it stands to reason that our public educational system should allocate some attention, some resources, and some time to providing entrepreneurship training to young people in our school systems. Recently, I spoke with the Dallas University and also with several other organizations that are seeking to bring this type of awareness. So I have a collective body of the business community that has provided financial resources and scholarship opportunities to the Dallas Independent School District. My reason for being here today is that I would like to request that the DISD open the doorway of opportunity and start entertaining some dialogue about how do we go about making sure that our young people of today are prepared for the world that has changed from the past. You see, when we came from the agricultural to the industrial age, that generation had to be equipped with tools and skills that prepared them to make that transition. Now we've come and evolved into an age that's digital information overload and global society where our young people are not adequately prepared to be able to keep pace with the rapid changes that are taking place in our communities and in our society as a whole. So the business community is desiring to collaborate and work with the independent school districts as well as the college community to make it possible for us to enter into the dialogue as to what aggressive steps can we take to solve this problem. Because the reality is that if we don't equip them with the ability to develop their own resourcefulness, to use their own ingenuity and entrepreneurial skills, then we ill-equip them and ill-prepare them for life in the real world as it is. I really appreciate the comments that I've seen and the engagement of the community to be vocal about some of the issues that really affect them directly. I appreciate even both sides of the story. But the reality is that if someone does not stand up and speak regarding the issues that are paramount to the future of our young people.
Nelson. Michelle Touche, followed by Jacqueline Martinez. Jacqueline Martinez. Our last speaker is Delna Bryan.
Good evening, Dr. Hinojosa, Dr. Flores, honorable members of our trustee board. Our students in Dallas ISD deserve better. As a freshman in college in Indiana, I learned the adage, if it's not broken, you don't fix it. We have reduced the number of IR schools in a matter of years, that now others are looking at us as a model. Did something go wrong? That we are going to be hoodwinked by Austin with Senate Bill 1882, farming out schools, doing a lot of strange things that we think people might not understand. We are not going to be second to anyone. We can hold our heads high. We have the best public schools in the United States. What we need to do is help our teachers build relationships with our students. We talk about having relationships. Help our teachers build this relationship. You will see a vast academic performance. Be at the table. Do not be fooled by Austin. Monday, Senate Bill 3 was passed. Teachers are going to get $5,000 raise. That's false. That is totally false, because nowhere did they tell the people that school districts will incur $128 million in 2020. Nowhere are they being honest that you're going to have $135 million by 2024. Am I going to get a raise now and next year because we don't have the money? You can't give it? The state pays only 30% of the funding for education. We pay 70%. Sit at the table and negotiate that the state does what it is supposed to do. When you go to Austin, do not let them play their little shenanigans on you. You have the voice. You have the strength. I leave you with a Yoruba saying, a man in touch...
Thank you, Ms. Bryan. Your time has expired. This concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. So I've been asked to move agenda item... 8.13 out of order because we have folks here from the SHAC, the chairwoman from the SHAC, and she has a sitter to relieve in the near future. So if we could have them come up forward first. So if we're going to take it out of order, I guess I should let me get to 8.13. So trustees, 8.13 is to consider and take possible action to approve the Student Health Advisory Council recommendations to adopt a list of human growth and development and human sexual health resources, including professional development for district-wide use, not to exceed $50,000 over 3 years, general operating funds, special revenue funds, consent item 7.15, pulled by trustees Lou Blackburn and Joyce Foreman. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Mitch Case, second by Marshall.
Who made the motion?
Mitch K. Second by Marshall.
I think it'd be better if they did.
Oh, is that what they're telling us? Okay.
All right, I'll withdraw the motion.
So we're going to back up for just a second, and we're going to adopt the consent agenda. I'm being told that we need to do that first. So we're going back to 7.01, consider and take possible action to approve the consent item 7.01 through 7.40 as amended. We have consent agenda item 7.1 through 7.4 as amended. The following items have been pulled for a separate vote: 702, 703, 704, 705, 706, 707, 708, 709, 710, 711, 712, 713, 715, 718, 721, 723, 726, 731, 734, and 7.40. Items 7.36 and 7.38 have been pulled from the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Would you repeat that, please? Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Mitch K., second by Marshall. There's no discussion on the consent agenda items. Trustees, please cast your votes.
The motion passes 8-0.
Thanks, trustees. So we're going to move up to item 8.13, consider and take possible action to approve the School Health Advisory Council recommendations to adopt the list of human growth and development and human sexual health resources, including professional development for district-wide use not to exceed $50,000 over 3 years, general operating funds, special revenue funds. Consent item 7.15, pulled by trustees Lou Blackburn and Joyce Foreman. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Mitch K., second by Marshall. Do we have a presentation for this one, or are we just going to take questions?
We'll take questions, but we have a brief introduction. I just want to make sure that the board remembers Mrs. Michelle Rosenberg. She's the chair of our shack. She came back this evening to make sure that if there were any questions regarding the shack, that she would like to address them. Also is Jenny Christian to my right. She is the director of STEM science and supported the effort of gathering the materials and making sure that the opportunities were held in prior to bringing the recommendation to the board.
Okay, so Trustee Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Michelle and the team here for sharing information with us about your recommendation at the briefing. I do have some follow-up questions, largely due to the discussion here tonight and some emails that trustees have been receiving. We've heard a lot of concern about the curriculum, and I know we've gotten a lot of emails about that, and many of them have spoken about Interrupt, which I suspect is due in large part to the discussions happening at City Hall between the City Council and Interrupt, and also in part due to an extremely misleading email that many people received. So, Chief Durant, I have some questions about Interrupt and our curriculum recommendations. I'm going to start there. So first off, are we adopting curriculum written by Interrupt tonight?
Sir, Interrupt is a nonprofit organization. The materials that we have listed in our recommendation, or the Shack's recommendation, is they're materials that the Shack had an opportunity to vet. They voted on this curriculum, and every single opportunity was given to all Shack members to vote and have their say in the materials that are brought before you.
And none of them were written by Interrupt?
Absolutely not.
Okay, is Interrupt teaching the curriculum?
Absolutely not.
Okay, does our curriculum include any links to any social media or blogs from Interrupt?
No, I'd like Ms. Christian to address that, please.
Good evening. In order for any type of curriculum to be vetted, it had to have been submitted
in order for it to be reviewed.
I'm talking about children
And so-
having links to the blogs.
No.
Okay,
What we're
so-
using are hard copies.
So this document that we've been handed by speakers tonight, is that part of the curriculum?
No, that is not part of the curriculum. From my understanding, that came off of somebody's Instagram or Facebook.
Okay, so I'd like to understand more about our specific curriculum, and I have some specific questions about that. But before we get into that, I believe that state law requires parents of all ISD children in the state of Texas to have the right to opt their children out of any sexual education curriculum. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so let's first talk about the items that will be included by default for all students unless their parents opt them out. So my first question is, does the curriculum that the SHAC is recommending lead with teaching the importance of abstinence?
Absolutely, 100%. We actually made a TEACS crosswalk so that we know exactly where the points of abstinence are incorporated, and they are very deliberate in all of our lessons.
Okay, and does that curriculum also focus on the value of healthy relationships?
Absolutely. It includes refusal skills. It talks about appropriate behaviors. It even talks about how to understand what inappropriate use of technology and sites are.
Okay. Do any of the specific items that were referenced by the speakers tonight as morally objectionable, or any of those included in the curriculum that the parents would have to opt out of?
No, there's nothing that was mentioned in any of the curriculum that you have to opt out of.
Okay. So talk to me about the content, the specific curriculums that we're using that require parent opt-out.
Okay, so for parent opt-out, that would be something that is utilized during the school day. And so the recommendation is that during the school day, for grade 5, after the STAR test, we use the Health Smart curriculum. And
so do we already use Health Smart today?
No, sir, we don't. Right now we're using...
I mean, for other subjects.
Right now it's used in our health classes.
Okay.
And so the health classes are currently using it at middle school and high school, and they're using it to actually teach the health standards.
And my understanding is that the Health Smarts curriculum is an 8-workbook section of health topics ranging far beyond sexual education, right?
That is correct.
And so we use 7 of those workbooks and leave the 8th one on the shelf?
That is correct.
Okay, so the SHAC is recommending simply that we use the full curriculum that we've already purchased.
Yes, and it's also TEACS aligned.
Okay. So tell me about the curriculum beyond what the core curriculum would be that parents have to opt out of. There's other supplemental programs that were recommended by the SHAC as well, right? What do those include?
Yes, that is correct. So long story short, what we're doing is we're looking at a comprehensive view of well-being. And rather than just focusing on in-school curriculum over sexual health and human growth and development, in addition to that, there are optional high school, after-school programming, and that the parents would have to opt in their students, and the principal would actually have to want that on their campus, usually for use with at-risk students, because it is heavy on STDs prevention and about building up healthy relationships. But of course, all of the curriculum goes back to abstinence first, because it is the only 100% effective method.
So the curriculum that talks about dental dams or any other item that was referenced tonight, that's part of the curriculum that a parent would actually have to proactively opt into because they had a child that they believed was engaging in risky behaviors, correct?
That is correct. Dental dams, along with other latex barriers, which are referenced by the Center for Disease Control, are part of that curriculum in the STD prevention curriculum.
Okay, so shifting gears a little bit real quickly, I just want to touch on the process that the SHAC used to vet this curriculum. And I believe the first conversation that you and I had about this was 1.5 years ago, right? So this conversation that there was a sudden meeting with no notice that 15 people showed up to.
Right. That's just inaccurate. So I can tell you, about 1.5 years ago showed up at a meeting just based on my interest. I saw something about it. I showed up to this meeting, and next thing I know, I'm the chairperson of this committee. And I can assure you, I did not want to take this on myself. The more parents, the better. This is a big topic, and I didn't want to be responsible for all this. So there was a really significant effort to recruit parents. And it started.
How many parents were involved in the process?
How many parents do we have on? Well, in June, when I spoke to all of you in June, I had about 3 or 4 parents come up to me after the meeting. wanting to be a part of the Shack. We added those people to our list.
But the Shack membership of 60,
it's
40
majority
or 50
parents.
of them are parents,
It's
right?
majority
Most of them
parents.
are appointed by this
Yes.
board.
It's
So we
majority
appoint
parents. So in June, we asked all of you if you would please send us somebody for our Shack from your district so that we could have a robust and diverse committee. We made those efforts in June. Throughout the summer, Robert at DISD, Robert McElroy, he made an effort to reach out to those parents, get them to our information session. Multiple emails were sent, phone calls were sent. Robert and Jenny and I were in communication all summer trying to recruit folks from all of your districts to the Shack. So we did that all summer. In September, we held an information session so that parents could come, hear about what we do at the Shack. And I can assure you this topic was on my plate at that time. So I made it very clear to everybody that showed up at the information session.
So on that topic, how many different Shack meetings was the sex ed curriculum discussed at?
This year, every single one,
Yeah, okay.
including the information session.
Great. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the process was inclusive and that parents were
Every single
informed
meeting.
and that there were multiple discussions
And it was
about
on-
it, which these meetings are also open, right?
The meetings, since they are appointed Shack members, the meetings are not
They're not
open.
open, okay.
But everything is posted. We have operated with full transparency, and we post everything on a public website.
And certainly when you debrief the board on the Shack's output, that is in this session,
Yeah.
which is public and has
And-
happened twice now on this topic.
And also, yes, in June,
Right.
and then last 2 weeks ago. But
Okay.
also, I just want to note that everything on our agenda has hyperlinks and is sent to every Shack member that's been slated by all of you. So when we submitted that in October, all of those folks are on the emails.
Okay.
So even they get noticed not just by coming to the meeting. I just want to make that clear. Not just by showing up. They get noticed by sitting there and checking their email of what happened at each meeting and
Great.
what's on the agenda for the next.
Well, thank you. I'm running out of time, so I just want to conclude and say that I appreciate the Shack's work on this topic. Also, just want to point out to my colleagues that Dallas has one of the highest teen pregnancy rates in America. Currently, every day, 9 teens give birth in Dallas County at a cost of over $25 million to taxpayers. We have 5 zip codes in Dallas that have teen pregnancy rates that are roughly 5 times the national average and higher than those in sub-Saharan Africa. The new Child Poverty Action Lab initiative created by Mayor Rawlings has identified teen pregnancy as a major factor in generational poverty. This board tonight has a very rare opportunity to play a major role in improving the health of our students, reducing the spread of sexually transmitted disease, and majorly impacting a reduction in generational poverty in this city. So I hope we take this opportunity. Thanks.
Trustee Foreman?
I'm glad you looked this way since we were the ones to pull it.
I was asked by Trustee Marshall to recognize him first. Trustee Foreman.
Well, since we're the ones that pulled it, I'm glad you looked this way. There's still several concerns. And I'll start with not one parent tonight spoke in favor of doing this. Somebody's pointing to me there was one parent. One parent out of all of the speakers. 2 parents? 2 parents out of all of the speakers spoke in favor of this. And I think most of us are on the same... Okay, well, I don't want to get into that. I was just trying to count who's in here. So what I'm trying to say is that most of the speakers were professionals that came here and spoke to us. And while I am a firm believer that we have to educate our kids, I do believe that parents should be involved. So there are a few questions that I asked that really weren't answered the last time. And one of them is that, so we're moving this now to our science program, which it was not there before. And so it is going to be more accessible and harder for the parent to opt out. This is for the people who work here. I appreciate you.
Oh, I'm just saying that wasn't my understanding. So I'm like, no, I don't think that's right.
It's for the people who works here in regards to opting out. Because what we actually do, if I'm correct, is that we tell the parent at the beginning of the year in the handbook that this is possible. So we know that most parents don't go through the handbook at the beginning of the year. That's just not normal.
I would agree with you that there are certain times that
anyone reading the handbook might
Yes.
glance over something, but that is simply according to policy that notice has to be put in there.
I'm good
and
with
so
that.
right
I'm good
now,
with
since
that.
it's taught during the health classes.
Don't overtalk me. Let me talk.
Sorry.
Because you can't really see me. I know you're kind of looking around, and I'm looking around trying to see you. But part of the problem is that I'm not sure the parents are going to have the full ability to opt out.
Okay.
And you and I've had this discussion when you first came. Is your belief is that we should tell the parents this is what's best. My belief is we should let the parents make the decision, because that's the parents' decision whether we think it's right for our kids or not. Because when you talk about age appropriate, you might have a 12-year-old that's acting like an 8-year-old. And the parent's going to have to make that decision. And so with us not really looking at how we can effectively make sure that parents are making the right decision and choices for their children, that's not my choice. That's not anybody up here's choice. That's the parent's choice. And so there has to be a better way, Yvonne, of making sure that parents have notices about what's going on. And so that's one reason I'm having a problem with that. And then the
Trustee Foreman, on that question or that statement you just made,
yes, ma'am.
Parents also receive the notice 2 weeks out from when the material is going to be taught. So we don't just leave it to chance that they get it at the beginning of the year in the handbook, but they also receive it again to make sure that they're aware
So
of it.
that's what we've done in the past?
That's current practice, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay, that's what we've done before. Okay. So back to the SHAC committee and the voting. You know, I heard more than one speaker say that the majority of the people were not there when the vote took place, and that it was a 6-week turnaround to vote on this particular item. Does anybody know how many of the SHAC members voted, and how many of those SHAC members were parents? Because I saw a lot of professionals in here, but I didn't see a lot of parents. So do we know? Do we have that answer?
So,
we do have that answer. Yeah. I don't know if I have that number available, but we do know it.
So the way it works is with the SHAC recommendation, the SHAC votes as a whole, parents and community members together. And the SHAC membership that attended was actually 25%, which is what we have documented is more than it has happened in the past. And out of those that attended, there were 17 SHAC members in attendance, and there were 12 that voted. And of the votes that occurred, the lowest percentage we had was 83. Everybody was in favor of the curriculum. And they had the opportunity to vote as a whole or by product.
17 people that voted? Is that what I heard?
There were 17 SHAC members in attendance.
And the membership is 62? If it's 25%?
Yes, it was 25% of the
So the membership
individuals
is
that were there.
62 and 17 people voted. Do we know how many of those people were parents?
Yes, we do. I think were there 5 of them. The majority of our SHAC is parents, and then I believe the majority of the voters were as well. I had those numbers. I'm sorry when we were here on the 14th.
Yes, it really wasn't broken down that way, simply because of the fact that since the SHAC votes as a whole, and they were appointed by the board, that the vote is turned in to the board as a whole.
And I also, just as the parent speaker for the group, I just want to reiterate what I said before. The efforts made to get parents there, I mean, you all ran for office. You know how hard it is to get people to vote. I mean, let's be real, right? Like, I am trying my tail off to get parents there, to engage like we all are on your PTAs, in your communities. I mean, we are all trying so hard to get our community involved in our kids, involved in our future, and involved in whatever your cause is that matters to us, right? So I I take that part personally because I know in my heart of hearts, I have made every effort to reach out to the parents at every single meeting and in the emails to be there and to let them know what we will be discussing.
Thank you, but I have a short period of time,
Yes.
so I have to keep going. And I appreciate your reaching out to the parents. That's really, really important. And the last question I have very quickly is, how is this engaged with the mayor and what's going on at City Hall?
This is not engaged with the mayor at all. The reason that we are actually bringing sexual health resources to the board is because the previous vendor that we used, we can't even order curriculum from them anymore. So we had to go through the whole process to pick up with new sexual health resources.
I think my time's just about up.
Trustee Mitchke?
I'd like to ask a question about the statistics. Can you give us some idea of how many of our kids are pregnant in the last couple of years?
Right.
Were pregnant.
Our data person, Oswaldo, keeps pretty tight statistics on this. I'm going to ask Oswaldo Alvarenga to please come up.
Okay. So the pregnancy-related services, I think that that's what you're asking, but...
I'm sorry. No, my question is the number of kids who are pregnant.
Okay.
Or
so
over various time periods, various grades.
Okay. Well, then that's perfect. I have a spreadsheet that we'll hand out to you. And basically, these are all by zip code because everybody keeps talking about zip code. And it has all the birth rates for the latest that we got from the CDC, which is 2015. So they have come down since then. And also I have 2010, so you can see those. So hand them to you.
Okay, so if there's obviously a lot of data on this, but can we walk through the highlights, total number of kids who were pregnant in a particular in the 2015?
Okay, so let's look at this data, and you'll see that in 2010 there's birth rates and populations for those zip codes. So the first blue column that you see, those are actual percentages of the 15 to 19-year-olds. Now, the next blue column that you see is the 15 to 17-year-olds. And you could see a big drop. So what that's telling you is that 2/3 of the teen pregnancies are happening at 18 and 19 years old. They're not happening at 15 and 17. And so you can see just roughly the percentages. If you go all the way down, you'll see Dallas County at the very bottom. And you'll see that the total births for 15 to 19-year-olds was 4,698. And 15 to 17 is 1,677. And that's for Dallas County. Okay, so that roughly half of it is Dallas ISD. So now if you go to 2015.
So you're saying this data shows that there were 1,677
births. 15 to 17 in 2010.
Okay, 2010.
2010.
Okay.
So we'll just keep going along that column. In 2015, okay, you'll see births was 1,032 under 15 to 17. Okay, so that's a reduction of 1.25%. So the percentage went from 3.23% down to 1.98% for the Dallas County. And so these percentages are within the national percentage rate, which has now, on the CDC site, it's around 1.8%.
Okay, so if we just look at the numbers for 2015, children ages 15 to 17.
Yes.
For the entire county, we have 1,032.
That's correct.
Right, and
roughly half of those, 500, were Dallas ISD.
So approximately 500 of our students in that age range
in 2015.
In that school year. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton.
All right, thank you. Ms. Christian, thank you very much. I know I communicated with you a lot last night and just trying to understand some of what was being posted and emailed to us and what was fact and maybe what was misunderstood. And so thank you for clarifying some of that. And Trustee Marshall's asked some follow-up questions there. I do want to clarify one thing, and that is you sent me, one of the last notes you sent me said that when I'd asked the question about whether Interrupt would be teaching the curriculum, you clarified that for the in-class curriculum, this would be science and health teachers, DISD, certified teachers who would be teaching that information. But you did say there was some consideration of having Interrupt teach the opt-in after school and summer enrichment curriculum. Can you talk about that a little bit?
I'm trying to look at the thing. So basically, yes, for the after school, which are opt-in only high school after school programming, there is the option so that if a principal would rather have Interrupt trained and certified staff train anyone on his particular campus or work side by side with a counselor, that would be an option for the risky behavior programming. Or if he would rather have that individual lead, then that would be their option too.
Okay, and I don't know right or wrong. I just know there's a lot of comments coming from the community with some concern about the way that Interrupt presents this information versus maybe the way it's been vetted by the SHAC. So I just ask the administration to consider that as you're choosing presenters. Okay. I will say I did go over some of the material that you sent to me, and I will say that I'm very supportive of the idea of sex education for all of our students in DISD. I really like the changes that you're making, that we won't have kids that, right now it's hit or miss. So some kids are getting the education and some aren't, and you've created a way that most students will be getting the what I'll call the mainstream sex education curriculum. So I'm very supportive of that. I also like the material that you have that's available for counselors to use with parents when they realize that maybe there's a situation that needs to be addressed and we need parental support, and I'm sure parents want to be engaged. So it's support materials for them to have conversations that they would feel appropriate with their children. So I appreciate that. And then you did send me a copy or a link to the abstinence poster that you're planning to put up in the 6th grade classroom. So I heard a lot of requests for that type of focus within our curriculum. I did want to ask about one particular page that's of concern to a number of parents, and it's part of the after-school and summer enrichment curriculum. So I recognize that this is an opt-in program for parents, but parents don't always, when we parents get the form that says, do you want to let your child do this or not do this, we don't necessarily have all the details. We're probably not looking at this curriculum. So just thinking on behalf of them, this is the Be Proud, Be Responsible, Module 5, Activity A. It's the one about the dental dams that we've heard about from some speakers. And it's interesting to me because Activity B has to do with condoms, and that was actually one that was flagged by the SHAC as an activity that needed to be omitted. And they're similar in this way. They're both fairly specific. I think we heard some folks read from this page. But also the tone of what's being presented is, when you use this, and so the implication from some parents' point of view is that there's an implied expectation that the student would use this, and et cetera. So I guess what I want to ask is, not with the idea in mind, not that we would not include information about condoms and dental dams, but that the district would find a curriculum that explains those in terms that maybe don't come with this implication as an alternative. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if we could waive policy BE local for the purpose of allowing me to make an amendment. So that just to omit activity A in the same fashion that we've omitted activity B. So that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
That's this right here. Trustee Blackburn's asking me some questions, so I'll just clarify. So on the Be Proud, Be Responsible, I'm looking at the matrix here of how it's going to be used after school or summer enrichment program.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Yes.
You made a motion on BE, so we're on whether or not we're going to waive BE. Do you want to go back to, we can go back to waiving BE.
That's fine. We'll focus on that.
So you
Thank
want to just go back to the questions about the agenda item, or do you want to talk about BE?
Let's talk about BE.
Okay. Any discussion on waiving BE local? Trustee Marshall.
I would just point out that the SHAC has invested a lot of time and effort in reviewing dozens of different curricula, and this is the recommendation they came forward with. And as
point of order. I think we're discussing
think
BE local.
Right. But he has the floor.
I understand. I had the floor also, President Flores.
My objection is to waiving BE local because the SHAC has invested the time and effort, and we're not educators, and nor are we health experts or parents. So I object.
Okay. Many other trustees on waiving BE local? Okay, I'm not going to be supporting waiving BE local anyway. I believe the work of the SHAC was outstanding, and I'm very grateful for it. So we'll vote on the motion to waive BE local.
I did.
Trustee Foreman. Okay, so we've waived BE local, and so
okay.
So then the motion is to.
Let me state my motion then. I move to amend the SHAC recommendation to add under the, and I don't know what document you're using, but for the Be Proud, Be Responsible curriculum, where it says recommendation is contingent upon the omission of Module 5 activities B and E, that we would change that to say contingent upon the omission of Module 5 activities A, B, and E.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Solis.
I have a point of order. Point of information I'd like to ask Trustee Pinkerton. I'd like to hear from you. The reason why I voted to waive BE with you is because I wanted to provide you the opportunity to explain a little more as to why you want to take this out. So I'd like to hear from you the explanation one more time and why you would want to make a motion.
Yeah, so I think just in hearing from parents, both in my community and those that emailed us from across the district, where I think where those parents' concern stems from is the way in which this material is explained. It's explained with the expectation that the student is, it's a when you do this, not an if you do this, or, and it's not really a sort of scientific medical style of explanation. It's more of a, I don't know how to exactly articulate this, but it's more like a conversation one person would have with a peer, perhaps, recommending what they do during certain activities.
Would you all like to respond to that so I can have sort of why the shack would have been okay with that?
So all of the programming that has been recommended, it is evidence-based to not only just increase awareness of how you can contract STDs, but also, once again, even though the after-school programs do focus on STDs, what they are, as well as prevention, everything in turn goes back to abstinence. And I would just urge you to understand that this is evidence-based and that there's data to support this. I know that dental dams happens to be kind of a shocking thing to even say out loud, much less in a public forum. But in the same respect, it's very common practice to speak about male prophylactics, and that's what this is simply a female prophylactic.
Right. I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that this type of material or information about these would not be included in the curriculum. I can certainly imagine a way that this will be presented in a fashion that maybe is a little bit more scientific and data-driven than these are. I don't know why the Shack took out Activity B. The title is How to Make Condoms Fun and Pleasurable. I know there were some parents that were really having a hard time with that type of terminology. So on the dental dam page, it talks about things that are more pleasurable, satisfaction, those types of descriptions that didn't seem quite as medical and scientific, I guess.
Trustee Pinkerton, you're absolutely right. The way this is approaching is you're talking to the teen, not talking at the teen. And so the spirit of this, that when you're talking at the teen, what do teenagers do? I have one. They just block it off. This is talking to the teen, and so that's why it's approached that way.
I also think two things important to note. One, and I know you all know this, but just as a reminder, this is a multiple layer process to even get to a program like this. So the principal at the school has to make the decision that this is an appropriate program for their population at their school. So I think that's going to play into whether or not we're going to see these kind of programs. I agree with you, though. It is hard for parents to know what they're getting themselves into when they sign up. I completely agree. I don't even know what my child's learning in social studies right now until it comes home after the fact. So I agree. And that's hard. But I will say that there's lots of talk about not wanting to use things like this because it doesn't feel good, or teens saying, I'm not going to use these things because it's going to ruin my experience, or there's a million excuses for why teens say they're not using protection. I think this is the kind of thing that speaks to that in a different way. I think the education that they're going to get in their class is much more on point with what I think we would hope and expect to see, which is a more perhaps a less controversial approach to this information being given to them. And that's what's going to be given in the mainstream classes, again, with a parent's opportunity to opt out, which I think they have every right to do, and support that completely if that's their choice. This is a different setting. This is this is coming at it from a different way. It is, I agree, and it is a little different, but there are plenty of stories about kids out there who say they're not going to use these things for a variety of reasons, and some of them being that they think they don't feel good. So I think that's where that pleasure piece comes in, is trying to knock out that stigma and encourage kids to use it if they're using it, if they're in a situation where they would be using them anyway, if that makes sense.
I got a question. Jenny, is this whole conversation we're having here, is this on the opt-in portion only? So if you don't opt in, you don't even get here.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I just want to be respectful. In bringing the motion forward, I'm trying to be respectful that there's a wide variety of parental viewpoints on this type of material and the approach. And so I don't know that we can say there's a black and white right or wrong answer, and I do understand the rationale that you're giving there.
Just one other thing, as a parent, and this goes to the people on my panel here at DISD, I do think what you say makes a lot of sense, and I think if you're going to sign your kid up for that, just like we just started after-school clubs at Lakewood. So cool, loving them, they're wonderful. They come with a description of what the program is, and that's great. It's really helpful. So I knew when I signed my daughter up for Broadway, like what that was going to look like. I think the same would hopefully go to this. And I think some of those buzzwords that kind of parents don't want their kids, then, maybe that's not the program for your kid. And I would think some of those would be in the description of the program and turn certain parents off, and then that's their choice not to sign their kid up for it. So if this is going to be included, which is what we put forth to the board, I do think I would assume that the folks up here would do that just based on my experience with them, but include language in the description of the after-school course that would allow parents to understand in a way that I think you and I both agree I would like to see in a class description.
And the content overview will be on all opt-out and opt-in forms because we do want the parents to understand what their child is learning, because at the end of the day, since it's about healthy relationships, it's not just healthy peer-to-peer relationship, but it's also increasing the levels of communication between a parent and student.
Trustee Marshall, then Trustee Solis.
So the specific curriculum that this amendment is talking about is part of the Be Proud, Be Responsible curriculum, correct?
Yes.
And has that been tested and verified by the Centers for Disease Control?
Yes.
Okay. And the CDC actually refers to it as a 6-part evidence-based curriculum that provides adolescents with the knowledge, motivation, and skills necessary to change their behaviors in ways that will reduce their risk of pregnancy and contracting HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases. And the results that I just looked up online say that the intervention illustrated that 3 months following the curriculum, the students in the Be Proud, Be Responsible curriculum reported less risky sexual behaviors than students in the control condition, and reported having sexual intercourse on fewer occasions and with fewer people. Those who had sexual intercourse used condoms more consistently, and a smaller percentage of them reported engaging in anal intercourse. The students who participated in Be Proud, Be Responsible also scored higher on tests of AIDS and STD knowledge, expressed less favorable attitudes towards risky sexual behavior, and reported weaker intentions to engage in risky sexual behavior than did the students who had participated in the control condition. So my perspective on this is not only has the SHAC recommended this, but the CDC has tested it in a control-based scientific study. And right now, we're sort of just willy-nilly saying we're going to cut it out of the curriculum. I will not be supporting this amendment. Thanks.
Wake up, Dan. This is interesting stuff. I appreciate the amendment, Trustee Pinkerton. I do feel like, based on the research and the science behind this, and the fact that it seems like there's a significant amount of safeguards here for parents that would want to opt out, given multiple opportunities to be able to do that. I don't believe I'll be supporting the amendment, but I recognize why it was proposed. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Blackburn.
The module that Trustee Pinkerton is talking about, I think it's Activity A. Do you guys have a sample of what that lesson is all about?
That would be online in the curriculum.
So, what would you use in the classroom with the students?
In the classroom will be the recommendation by the...
Can you go to something online to show it to us? If I were a parent and I wanted to see what you were going to show them in the classroom, what would you show me? Here's a copy. Okay.
The Be Proud, Be Responsible curriculum is not used in the classroom. It's part of the after-school opt-in.
Well, wherever you're going to use it, if a parent were going to opt in, what would they see as far as this module that Trustee Pinkerton said to leave out?
They would get a description of what they would be opting in for.
Show it to me. you said description.
Okay, first
Okay,
of all,
explain how the lesson would be taught. Maybe that. Is it a paper? Is it a booklet? Is it online? Or is it just discussion?
good question.
Can you move that monitor down?
I hope so. Let me see if I can.
Because we were struggling.
Yeah. Okay, that's much better.
Oh, good. Now we can see you.
Now I can get over here to this computer.
There you go.
So all of the curriculum that we are recommending would be hard copy booklets, and it would be talking points that would be discussed. And I'm going to see if I can pull that up. Making proud choices. Curriculum here. The company sent us PDFs that were locked down under our lockout names. So that is what I'm looking at. But long story short, it's basically a worksheet type of view.
So you wouldn't have a copy that you could show a parent of the worksheet? Because I know we've got this, but the top it says interrupt, and you guys are. So is this an interrupt module packet?
No, sir. That the Be Proud, Be Responsible, the making choices, all of that curriculum happens to be very specific to ETR. Interrupt does not write curriculum. They're a nonprofit organization that deals with a multitude of different other curriculum and informative pieces.
So this is a sample from Interrupt about. Okay, I'm just saying someone gave us something that says Interrupt at the top. So you're saying I shouldn't pay attention to this?
ETR is the curriculum writer
So let's
and
go.
distributor of that.
And this is what you're showing us right now.
Yes,
I can
sir.
see it better back
Oh,
there.
yes, sir.
So the module C or activity C, module 5 activity C. Could you show what is on there?
Let me look and see if I can find it.
Oh, A, I'm sorry. Module 5 activity A.
Module 5, activity A. Oh, it's like a blurry screen. Yeah, but that's not letting me actually click on it. I will get you that. Hold on. That's what I think I need to do is go to my Google Drive and see if I can pull it up there. I think I can pull it up quicker this way.
Okay.
Lou, can I ask a question while they're looking that up?
Sure.
So, Dr. Durant, so can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
So all this discussion on this Module A, is it only the stuff about the dental dam, or is there more to it than that?
All the discussion about this particular module has to do with exactly what we said earlier. This was information that will not be part of our curriculum during the day. That is just.
I guess my question is more specific. So we're discussing whether to delete Module A. I think that's the motion on the table, right? And so my question is, so is Module A just that one little worksheet that we got, or is there?
Here we go.
And that's it?
Module 1.
It's called Activity A. Activity A.
So, and that's the whole thing.
Right.
Activity
This is the curriculum.
Right here.
It's worksheets.
Right. But the only part of the we're not doing D and we're not doing C or any of those. We're only doing A.
Right.
Right.
That is correct.
It's something to do with something that, frankly, I had to look up because I had absolutely no idea what it was, and I don't. It's just, where does somebody buy something like that? Even if you wanted to.
But see, wouldn't it be so great if our kids knew? I mean, it would be great if they wanted to. I mean, if they needed that.
No, I'm not. Right, I understand. Okay.
Point of information, Mr. President.
I'm getting there.
Could someone stop the scrolling?
Yeah, I was trying to find Module 5. That's the only way that they gave us access.
I'm waiting for you to get there. But
Okay.
while you're scrolling, I asked for copies of this information, and it was not provided to me. Is there a reason why?
Actually, Dr. Blackburn, as mentioned in the email, it is copyrighted, which is why we extended out 3 different opportunities for me to go wherever you wanted to. And the curriculum that you're looking at here, it's specific to my login. And
Okay.
so, as we did state, we did attempt to try and get you your own very unique login so that you would be able to see this particular set of curriculum that was
So the
available
district-
digitally. But not all of the
Will we
curriculum
be
is
buying
digital.
this
No, sir, this is free.
from who?
This is free, and it is, ETR is the one who's,
And they're going to provide
made
it
it.
to us for free.
yes, sir.
For who to use?
It's for use for after-school programming at the high school
Our employees
level.
will use it? Our employees, Dallas ISD employees will use this?
It's for use with the students after
Will
school.
the Dallas ISD employee use this with Dallas ISD students?
And as explained to Trustee Pinkerton, if the principal would like for someone to
Please,
use it,
I'm trying to get to a point. Will a Dallas ISD employee use this information that you're showing right now with Dallas ISD students after Dallas ISD school is over?
yes.
Okay. So if we're going to use that, why is it that the district cannot have a copy of it? Why is it that a trustee cannot have a copy of what a Dallas ISD employee is going to use with Dallas ISD students at a Dallas ISD school?
Because it has not been approved by the board yet, sir. And it's under copyright issues,
So we
which is
can't
why
get it
I was
until
trying
we
to get you
approve it.
a login.
It's not like a regular textbook where you get samples of the book.
That is correct.
Right, and those are bought. These are not bought.
So because it's loaned to us, given us access to it, you can't provide board members with a copy of it ahead of time.
We're given access to it at the appropriate time, yes, sir, whenever we're ready to use it. And like I said, this is done after school and in the summertime. This
You
is not-
understand my frustration? That you're asking us to approve something, but you don't want us to have access to it, to see it. You want to get me to come into a meeting, into a room, at a laptop, and you log in. That's the only way I can see it. I can't just see it at home on my own computer or laptop, because you didn't send me access code in order to do that. Like you said, I was given 3 opportunities to come meet with you, to sit down with you, to see it, but not to send me the access code so that I could see it during my own time at my own home. But you're asking this board to approve something that, unless we see it on your terms, we don't get a chance to see it. I know you guys think that's okay. And I'm going to say you think that's okay because that's what you're doing, in that I've asked you to provide the curriculum, and you've told me that it's copyrighted. All of the books, all of the information that we get from publishers, it's all copyrighted. But I guess you're saying that this particular curriculum is so copyrighted that no employee can have a copy of it until after the board approves it. But the board member cannot see it before the board gets to approve it. There's something, you guys have to tell me why that is okay, that a board member cannot have access to this, not get my own access to it on my own free time to see it. Instead, I see things like this floating from emails, and everybody just telling us everything, and I'm trying to get it from you, and you would only let me see it on your terms, at your time. I'm very concerned about that.
Okay, Trustee Blackburn, any other questions?
I'll come back on the next round.
Any other trustees have questions? Trustee Foreman?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Trustee Blackburn, more questions?
I made my point.
Okay. So I think we are back to the amendment, which is to delete Module A. I think that's it, right? Okay, if there's no question, cast your votes. This is the delete Module A.
And 5 voting no.
Okay, we're back to the main motion. Any additional discussion? Trustees, please cast your votes.
Main motion. Ms. Foreman is gone.
Well, that comes up. I just want to thank the members of the Shack for all your hard work and for being here tonight and all the meetings and the volunteering. So we really do appreciate your time.
The motion passes 6 voting yes and 1 voting no.
Trustees, so we're going to go back to the agenda. So we're now on reports. Item 4.01, the superintendent's report, academic achievements, accolades, events, and legislative update.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be very brief. 2 items to report on. Earlier this month, 70 Dallas ISD Collegiate Academy students that are sophomores got a letter of intent to become teachers in the school district. The Dallas ISD Human Capital Management Department is the industry partner at various schools, and there was a great celebration conducted by Dr. Wilson and her team. The second item to report on briefly is the legislative update. While there are many bills that are in the hopper, there has one bill that has been surfaced about school safety. The school district would benefit by a number of $1 million. We don't know the exact amount yet, depending on the final version of the bill, but there is some opportunity to gain that. While that is working its way through the system, there are many other bills, but everybody is focused on school finance and property tax relief. As was mentioned by one of our speakers, Senate Bill 3 passed unanimously from the Senate Finance Committee. Now it's going to the full Senate, I understand, on Monday, and will probably be voted on Monday. That will be the Senate version, and that's the one that includes the $5,000 across-the-board salary increase for teachers. However, the House version is about to drop, we understand, in the next week to 10 days, and the House version will be different. And so it'll go through its committee, it'll go through the full House, and then I'm pretty certain it'll be different from the Senate version. So as you all know, then that goes to the conference committee, and then it's negotiated by the conferees before it goes for full consideration. We're getting close to halftime now. The deadline to file bills is next Friday. There are a lot of other bills that we're monitoring that have been filed that will impact us. We'll give you a more comprehensive report as we go. But bottom line is, if it's not filed by next Friday, it doesn't even get in consideration. And then many bills that are filed, actually, if they don't get sent to committee, they die. They don't get on a calendar, they die. So a lot of ways that bills die and very few ways that bills pass. So we'll keep you informed as we go along. Obviously, everybody's watching the major school finance bill, and we'll be reporting to you on that at every briefing and every board meeting. I hope that at the next week's, my expectation is that next week's briefing will have a little bit more information about the House version of the bill. So that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be glad to entertain any questions if necessary.
Trustees, any questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Solis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Superintendent, I want to get a sense of the top-level ideas on the Senate bill. I mean, what are and then what is our lobbyist saying? What would she predict would come from the House side? Because I've been made aware of a conversation that happened yesterday with the Speaker that seemed to suggest that he is significantly opposed to what's happening with the Senate bill.
Yeah, on the Senate bill, they chewed up most of their money on the $5,000. So while you want to help recapture, you want to have other things, most of that money is gone if the Senate version goes all the way through. The House version has a lot more flexibility as to how, if you got additional resources, districts would have local discretion on how to use those resources. And a lot of the items, from my understanding, that came from the School Finance Commission will probably be in the House version, because they took a lot of testimony on the School Finance Commission, including what do you do with the basic allotment, what do you do for pre-K, what do you do for teacher comp, what do you do, a lot of other different things. So in my professional opinion, the House version is going to be much more robust and include a lot of different things. Well, the Senate version is very narrow, and it's the $5,000 for teachers only. It doesn't include any other educational professionals or non-professionals. So those are the huge significant differences from my understanding at this point.
Also, and I hate to pepper you with questions here. You may not have all the information. If you don't, I completely understand. But is there any significant increase in the general allotment on the Senate bill?
No. The Senate version is very little adjustment to the formulas. It's basically significant billions of dollars put in to fund the $5,000 for teachers statewide.
And then do we have a sense of the long-term financial implications to districts were the Senate bill to pass purely as a Senate bill, which clearly doesn't happen in a democracy? But
no, it hasn't been analyzed that significantly yet. Obviously, for us that are in recapture, that means our recapture payments will continue as we projected out in the out years based upon what we presented in the tax ratification election. So none of that would be altered. If a different version came from the House, then it depends on what they compromise on. There is still a possibility that they may do a smaller amount across the board and then do others, but that chews up the money that they have for the basic allotment.
On the House side, do you have a sense of what they may be trying to do related to the general allotment? Or is that number hasn't manifested
That number
yet?
has not been announced, but my testimony was very clear that if they did away with the cost of education index, just by doing away with that and not rolling that into the basic allotment, then we would lose. But I've been assured that they're not only going to take the cost of education, but the high school allotment, the gifted allotment, and consider all of them and rolling them into the basic allotment. It just depends how much they put into the basic allotment. I'll remind the board that was our number one priority. The number one priority of this board was a significant increase in the basic allotment and related issues with other formulas. So this board's direction was more towards the House's version, and we'll see where it takes us.
Two final questions. Second to last is what's the read of our lobbyist on the property tax cap bill?
Yes, the information we've gotten is that,
and also what impact do you believe that would have with what we're predicting to potentially come out of the House or the Senate?
If the Senate, the word is that if the Senate passes, you would get the teacher salary increases, and then you would have some property tax reduction, and that's it. That's all you get. On the House version, they're considering what I just described earlier and some property tax reduction. I saw a preliminary report that if our tax, there's a cap in there, which we don't know how that's going to work itself out. We've been told that if there's a cap and our values grow 7% and there's a 3.5% cap, that we would be made whole from 3.5% to 7%, that we would still get that money. The county wouldn't and the city wouldn't, but they would use recapture dollars to make us whole. We haven't seen how that would work out in final details. We also, I'm hearing now that there may even be a reduction of our $1.17 M&O tax rate with some property tax relief. That number is very preliminary. I haven't seen any official runs, but there may be some relief for our taxpayers. So, like I said, it's still early on both of those items.
Okay. When you say relief for our property tax owners, I guess I'm unclear. Does that help or hurt us?
It doesn't. We don't lose. For example, if the state reduced the M&O tax rate, they gave us credit, they would reduce our $1.17, let's say, to $1.13. We would still be made whole. We would still keep all the revenue that we raised, but our taxpayers pay a lower rate. So, and they're saying they'll make us whole with the money that they have, and that's what they're putting into that. Yeah. That's my understanding at this point.
And that certainly sounds too good to be true. The last thing I'll say is you've been around the block some time watching the legislature.
A lot.
Yeah. What's your read right now at halftime on actual substantive finance reform and support for our district?
I told my staff one of my favorite sayings is that people who say things can't get done get interrupted by people who are doing them, and that's the sense That's the sense that I'm getting right now, because everybody said they couldn't do anything, they couldn't come up with recommendations, they couldn't come up with the money, and then if they got the money, they couldn't get anything passed. But I have a different feeling. I think that the public has spoken. I think that I've never seen in my 24 years as superintendent where all three of the leaders are somewhat in sync on some. There's little details about how you do the teacher pay. I think teachers are going to get more money. It's just the how. But I am more, and my people down there tell me they're very skeptical. This is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But I see it differently because it's never been with this kind of momentum that I've ever seen before. And of course, the courts have said the system is constitutional, barely. And we can't fix it in the courts, only the legislature and the governor can fix it. And so I think they're serious. I think there will be some significant changes, in my professional opinion, by watching this for so many years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Mitchell.
So just to follow up on the Senate proposal for a $5,000 raise for every teacher. In the 2017 session, the governor had a plan to give teachers a $1,000 raise, and basically the way that was financed was that districts would just be ordered to give teachers a $1,000 raise and have to find the money by, quote, being more efficient with the resources they've already got. And the lieutenant governor in the 2017 session did the same thing with the longevity bonus, that it would just be a mandate that districts would have to find that money to pay additional compensation. In the case of the $5,000 raise proposal, is that something that, at least under the current proposal, something that the state would fund for 1 year, for multiple years, or do we know at this point?
No, that's a great question. And what they're telling us, it would be funded in perpetuity. So there would be a fund set up into the formulas that those billions of dollars that they're setting aside for that, we wouldn't have to come up with that out of our budgets, and that it would stay in effect for multiple years. The word they've used is perpetuity. And that's what they're telling us in some of the meetings that I've been in.
Okay, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions for the superintendent on his report? No, hearing none, then we will move on to the Board of Trustee committee reports. Do we have any committee reports? Oh, Trustee Marshall.
I have an audit committee report, Mr. President. The Dallas Independent School District Audit Committee met February 21st, 2019 at 4 p.m. Those present included Trustees Joyce Foreman, Edwin Flores, and myself. The agenda, attachments, and video of the meeting are available for viewing on the district's website. The following is a summary of significant issues from that meeting. Changes in internal audit were described by Chief Martin and Senior Investigator Kent Henderson. These include a review by Martin of all investigative and audit reports before issuance, and a similar review by a 3-person panel of IA personnel. Martin told IA staff that if a disagreement of report content cannot be reconciled between the chief and the report writer, the auditor or investigator can file a grievance or see legal services. Investigative reports are initiated by Martin and the investigator, and audit reports include the names of IA personnel who participate in the audit and are signed by Martin. Anonymous audit or investigative reports are no longer issued by IA. The IA manual should be completed by the next audit committee, and Trustee Foreman has requested a copy. Next, Martin described progress on audits and investigations, including job order contracts, contracts involving one general contractor and only one subcontractor, and WBE contracts. Audits will form the basis for the investigations. Since being hired on January 8th, 2019, Martin spoke to Deputy Superintendent of Operations Services Scott Lane, Executive Director of Construction Services Tim Strusley, and Executive Director of Procurement Services Ed Wooten, stating that audits of maintenance, which includes capital improvements and construction projects, will be conducted pursuant to state law and board policy. Also, CFO Dwayne Thompson gave an update on the financial status of the district. Trustee Marshall recommended a change in report presentation. Executive Director of Purchasing Ed Wooten provided an update on the purchase of the Navex company Ethics Point software, hotline, and report management systems. He said that he had just sent Navex the district's latest proposal and anticipated the purchase to be completed soon. Martin added that emergency telephone calls from the hotline company are now made to the Dallas ISD Police Dispatch instead of to an IA administrative assistant as was done previously. The next audit committee meeting is scheduled for May 2nd, 2019. That concludes my report.
Okay, trustees, we will begin now with the individual trustee reports. So we'll begin with Trustee Pinkerton.
All right, thank you. This is the District 7 report, and I want to start by congratulating District 7's master principals. I think we had more than our fair share from that group. Catherine Carter from L. O'Donnell Elementary, Ida Escobedo from Margaret B. Henderson Elementary, Diana Nunez from W.H. Adamson High School, and Kelly Sanchez from Arcadia Park Elementary were named as master principals. They were among 22 top-performing principals recognized across the district for their outstanding leadership. So the achievement takes into account metrics such as a school's culture and climate and overall student achievement growth. So congratulations. And also congratulations to 2 new innovation schools within District 7. These are neighborhood schools that have been selected to become personalized learning schools for next year, and those are Arturo Salazar and Cowart Elementary. I want to announce that Sunset High School is going to host the Food and Child Nutrition Services kickoff for National School Breakfast Week. Did y'all know it's National School Breakfast Week next week? Yeah, that's at 11 a.m. on Monday, and the kickoff will include a frozen sensation.
We're about to have breakfast here, too.
Yeah. Well, let's all go over there. Frozen sensation smoothie competition. Select students will create their own smoothies and compete for bragging rights for the best smoothie ever. So, and then finally, I want to also mention that tomorrow is Dr. Seuss Day, so please contact your local elementary school to see about opportunities to read to the kids. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Trustee Blackman.
Thank you. We want to congratulate the District 5 teams that competed in the Destination Imagination Regional Competition. The teams from the following schools will be advancing to state. It's William B. Travis, the School of the Talented and Gifted at Townview, and Lorenzo Del Zavala over in West Dallas. Also, we want to congratulate the District 5 Master Principals, Tom Brandt from Travis Tech Magnet. Travis Tech, and then Ben Mackey, Townview Tech Magnet, and Michael San Ama from the Lassiter Early College. We truly have some of the best principals in District 5. Also, we have some of the best basketball players in District 5 because our Wilma Hutchins Eagles are going to be going to the regional semifinals tomorrow at Commerce University, A&M Commerce. They will be playing Paris High School at 6 o'clock tomorrow. After they win tomorrow, they will still be in Commerce to play in the finals before going on to the state championship in District 4A. So we want them to be successful and bring it on home. Still talking about our Dallas ISD alumni, continue to excel in their chosen field of endeavor, and proud to offer congratulations on behalf of District 5 and Dallas ISD to the new Dallas Fire Department Chief, Dominique Artis. Chief Artis is a proud member of the Roosevelt class of 1988, and he is the second fire chief to come from Roosevelt. And we all heard Josiah King speak earlier today. She is part of the King family that wins just about every year, but she's the baby. So I guess there'll be some others that will have an opportunity to win, but I want everyone to know that if you had a chance to go to the finals, of the 8 finalists that were on the stage, 4 of them were for District 5. First place was District 5, second place was District 5, third place was District 5, and I'll go so far as to say 4th place was from District 5. So we are proud to have a lot of great orators coming from District 5, and we're looking forward to that continuing. Ms. Joyce.
So 4th place was from where?
I'm going to claim it from District 5.
District 6.
Thank you. That's my report.
Trustee Foreman.
I'll make this brief. Earlier this month, I was inspired to see special needs students from T.W. Brown Middle School participate in the adaptive robotics scrimmage. The students worked with general education students to build robots, and practice leading up to the event. The scrimmage is part of the district's growing robotics program for students who receive special services and was designed to build positive self-esteem, teamwork, and communication skills. I'd also like to celebrate Principal Sonia Barnes from Jimmy Tyler Brashear Elementary School for being named the Dallas ISD Master Principal. Principal Barnes is just one of the highly effective principals who go above and beyond on her campus and her campus leadership. The honor is well-deserved, and I thank her for representing District 6 so well. And lastly, I want to remind parents, students, and community members that applications are now being received for grades 1 through 5 at the new Mark Twain School for the Talented and Gifted on the southern side of the city. The application deadline is March 18th. A parent information meeting is being held. One was tonight that I could not attend this evening, and one will be held March the 1st from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the school. You can learn more and apply at dallasisd.org/Twain. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustee Mitchell.
Yes, this is the report for District 3. First, I'd like to say congratulations to Jack Lowe Elementary School. It's one of the 8 Dallas ISD campuses selected to become an innovation school. Lowe's school model will be a personalized learning campus. And as I reported last month, Lowe is also one of the schools that was nominated for a National Blue Ribbon Award. Also would like to say congratulations to Dr. Jennifer Jackson, the Hexter Elementary principal, who was named as one of the Dallas ISD's master principals, and also to Reinhardt principal Phoebe Montgomery, also recognized as one of Dallas ISD's master principals. Congratulations to Bryan Adams High School for taking first place in its division at the Regional 12 Academic Decathlon competition held in early February. Best of luck to our students as they advance to the state academic decathlon competition this month. Let me also say that I had the somewhat dubious honor of entering a pie contest for a fundraiser at Hexter Elementary. The pie contest was a pie eating contest, and I've been in these fundraisers where they throw pies at you, and I will tell you that having to eat the pies is a lot worse. And yes, as Trustee Marshall is so happy to point out, I did lose that contest. In fact, all of the men lost to a former PTA president who I would guess she weighed about 100 pounds less than all of us. So the smallest person ate the most pie. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Mitchell. Trustee Henry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to give the District 9 report. First, I want to say congratulations to veteran District 9 Principal and Campus Leader, Principal Garrett Jones of Paul L. Dunbar Learning Center. She's selected as a 2019 class of Master Principal. Anyone that knows Ms. Garrett Jones knows she was a Master Principal far before getting this award. I want to give her a special shout out because she led Charles Rice for a very long time. And those who know South Dallas know Charles Rice is a phenomenal school with phenomenal alumni. And she took on the challenge of going to a school that had 5 principals and 4 high principal turnover. And she's doing a phenomenal job, as we would expect from Ms. Garrett Jones. So definitely want to give her congrats for this award, but just for continued service to our community. I want to piggyback on Trustee Pinkerton. Tomorrow is Dr. Seuss Day. John Ireland, the principal of Maya, sent out a message to people on Twitter and social media. They're still looking for some more folks to read. So if you're hearing this and you have some free time in the morning, it's a fun time. It's a great campus with great kids. I also want to give a shout out to the 2 District 9 basketball teams moving to the regional finals, so we also can play a little ball. The James Madison boys will face off against Tatum at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and the Lincoln Lady Tigers will face Argyle in Class 4A semifinals in San Antonio at 3 p.m. Friday. I think we might just head straight from here to there at this rate. I also want to give a shout out to some other District 9 schools that went deep into the playoffs. So the Skyline High School girls did a phenomenal job. So did James Madison High School girls, and so did the Lincoln High School boys. So we had a ton of teams in the playoffs, and some of them continue on their path to state. So kudos to the student philanthropists and their campus sponsors who raised and donated funds to support nonprofits across the community. In this year's Common Sense Pennies from the Heart program, the top fundraiser was Skyline High School, whose homecoming court and sponsor Katrina Phillips raised and donated more than $5,800 to 13 area charities. Two other District 9 schools that participated in the Common Sense were J.P. Starks and Gosli Elementary. Way to go, students, for making a difference in our community. The Destination Imagination Competition tests students' ability to apply imagination and teamwork to creative challenges. Winners at the regional tournament are headed to the state competition, including from District 9, Callejo Elementary, Gonzalez, J.P. Starks, and Booker T. Washington. And then, as many of you know, we're really focusing on making sure that we provide opportunities in District 9 that we see across the district and making sure that District 9 has similar or same or better opportunities. So I want to congratulate the principal, Principal Cervantes. When I visited this campus last semester, they were very excited about this process of going down the personalized learning experience. So I was grateful and thankful because I knew how hard they worked to be selected as one of the new 8 new innovation schools. Gonzalez Elementary will open as a personalized learning center launching August 2019, bringing a new academic choice option to District 9 towards the Grove. And there's two other opportunities that I want to remark on. One is through the work of a lot of folks in the community far before my time, in fact, probably going all the way back to 2012, including Trustee Foreman, working to bring back H.S. Thompson, which we're going to open in 2021. So I want to thank Ms. Elizalde, Dr. Quinn, for working with the community from the design phase, and then continue to work with them when we talk about what programs and services going to this school. I think it's important that you work with the community instead of putting it on the community. And the last piece, and I had to ask permission to share this piece, and I want to thank Superintendent Hinojosa for leading this charge, but too often we talk about our magnet schools not getting access from different parts of town. The district is working and is going to create an arts academy at the MLK Learning Center. The staff, Principal Stewart, is excited about it. The community is excited about it. We had a meeting about it last week. I had the fortunate opportunity to attend the MLK patch, and you can see the town on display. And the opportunities are limitless if we actually can get the resources those kids deserve. So I want to thank the superintendent and the administration for looking to sunny South Dallas for such a remarkable type of opportunity. And that's the end of the District 9 report.
Thank you, Trustee Henry. Trustee Solis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. District 8 also had campus leaders recognized as master principals this month, including Nancy Bernardino from Solar Preparatory School for Girls, Juan Cordova from TJ Rusk Middle School, Sonia Loscott from David G. Burnett Elementary, and Arnaldo Zuniga from Dallas Environmental Science Academy. Ignacio Zaragoza Elementary School is also celebrating the fact that they are now going to be a fully personalized learning campus. They were one of the initial campuses that began the process years ago, and now for them to be an entire campus full of personalized learning is great. Continues the innovation that's happening in District 8, specifically for the North Dallas feeder pattern and the surrounding community. So we're really excited about that. Teams from 3 District 8 schools placed well at the 2019 STEM Expo Robotics Competition. The space team from Saldivar Elementary won first place in the Picasso Award and second place with the Rising Stars Award. The Dragon Galaxy team from Esperanza Hope Medrano Elementary took third place in the Amazing Movement Award. The Superstars from David G. Burnett Elementary won second place in the Picasso Award category. So congratulations to all of our schools and their accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Solis. Trustee Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give the District 2 report. First, congrats to the JL Long 7th and 8th grade boys basketball team who became undefeated champs, and congrats as well to the Lady Bucks basketball team that became city champs. Shout out to Andrew Blair from William Lipscomb and Giovanna Cormier from Geneva Heights, who were among the top Dallas ISD spellers who advanced to the county spelling bee. On February 5th, Geneva Heights students and families kicked off its second annual reading challenge with Room to Read during a special IB literacy night. If the students meet their goal, representing 3,500 hours of reading school-wide, a donation of $2,500 will be made in the school's name to Room to Read. Students met the goal last year and are expected to reach it again. On February 9th, varsity and JV Woodrow Wildcat wrestling teams competed at the District 7 5A tournament, and both teams came away with many top awards. The JV team is now the District JV Boys champion, and the varsity boys finished third place overall out of 20 schools, so congrats on an amazing season. On February 11th, more than 3,000 Dallas ISD students from 95 schools competed in the Destination Imagination Regional Tournament. Lakewood Elementary had 3 teams that placed second in the Game On Challenge and the Heads Up Challenge, and out of the 270 district teams that competed, only 26 advanced to the state tournament in March. So congrats to Lakewood. Also want to give a shout out to the Woodrow Wilson men's basketball team who became by-district champs in a playoff game win with double overtime against Sauk. And on February 19th, a group of master principals, as was mentioned by my colleagues, were celebrated by DISD. Among them were District 2 principals Lisa Lovato of Dan D. Rogers, Michael Jackson of Sudie Williams, and Melody Manz of Mockingbird Elementary. So congrats to all three. On February 22nd, the Woodrow Wilson Symphonic Band raised over $26,000 during a fundraising concert. They played greatest hits from Polyphonic Spree and were joined by Tim DeLauder of Chirping Daisies on vocals. Also want to give a big shout out to J.L. Long's 6th grade student Arav Patel, who won the grand prize in physical science at the Dallas Regional Science and Engineering Fair for his project examining the effectiveness of insect repellents. In addition to the grand prize in the junior division, Arav took home the first place ribbon in chemistry with over 20 other contestants. He plans to submit his project again to the Texas Science and Engineering Fair in March. So way to go, and can't wait to see what you do in the future. And lastly, on February 25th, the Woodrow Wilson Sweethearts brought home first place in hip-hop and received 2 superhero ratings in Palm and in hip-hop at a local competition in Dallas. So congrats to the Sweethearts. And that concludes the District 2 report.
Thank you, Trustee Marshall. I'll very quickly do the District 1 report. So first of all, I'm very proud of Thomas Jefferson High School Principal Sandy Massey for being among the district's master principals. Her hard work and dedication shows in the academic progress TJ has accomplished. It is a very, very well-deserved honor. Also, congratulations to the 7 Submariners team and the 7 Imaginary Friends team, both from Harry C. Withers Elementary School, for advancing to Destination Imagination State Tournament. They will be competing at the state tournament next month. And then finally, I want to, thank the administration for all the hard work on the W.T. White Art Tech, on our new early college, high school, whatever, P-Tech, but it's an art-related pathway, and we're very excited to open that up for our students to be able to get 2 years of potentially free college working with our partners at DCCD. We're very, very excited about this program. I've been talking about this program for as long as I can remember, and I am very, very excited that W.T. White will now have its second early college, high school pathway. So we're very proud and very grateful for that. With that, that's the end of my report. So trustees, the next item on the agenda is to consider and take possible action to approve the minutes submitted for approval. Trustees, the following minutes have been submitted for approval. Public hearing, January 24th, 2019. Another public hearing, January 24th, 2019. Board meeting, January 24th, 2019. Called board meeting, February 5th, 2019. Audit committee meeting, February 21st, 2019. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Mitchke, a second by Trustee Marshall. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, please cast your vote.
Eight, 0.
Thank you, trustees. So the next item is 6, conduct the board's constraint self-evaluation in accordance with the TEA Lone Star Governance Implementation Integrity Institute. Dr. Lear, will you please lead us through the board's self-constraint evaluation?
Absolutely. So this month's constraint that the board will review and indicate if they've complied or not is the board, either collectively or through the actions of individual trustees, shall not be engaged in day-to-day administrative and operational issues. If you could mark if you complied or didn't comply and sign, Dino will come around and pick those sheets up from you.
Okay, trustees, please review your board's self-constraint evaluation, and after you check the box, please sign, and Dino will pick them up.
Do I put my Dino?
You know you did.
Okay, trustees, it is now 10:39, and we're going to start on our first agenda item. The first item pulled for a separate vote, although we did do one already. That's cheating.